At 6 o'clock. I'd like to call the Village of Sugar Grove Board meeting to order. It is June 18th, 2024. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Trustee Perry.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Tracy.
President Cronin?
Here.
Trustee Michaels? Trustee White?
Here.
Trustee Lundy?
Here.
Trustee Heron?
Here.
Trustee Bonnie?
Here.
Trustee Shomas?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum this evening. We do have a public hearing for annexation agreement amendment and release of Liz Pendas on lot 70 and 71 in Hannaford Farm. There's music playing.
It's in there.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay. Under public hearing this evening, we have an annexation agreement amendment and release of Liz Pendas on lot 70 and 71 in Hannaford Farm. I'd like to open that public hearing at this time and also ask Danny Marion, our Community Development Director, to inform the board what this is in regards to.
So this is for lots 70 and 71 in Hannaford. The owners of these lots have paid their fee in lieu of development, so we need to hold the public hearing for the annexation agreement amendment that acknowledges that the property owner has completed all of their obligations under the terms of the annexation agreement. This is standard procedure. We do this with every lot in Hannaford.
Thank you, Danny. This is a public hearing, so I would offer the entire room an opportunity to speak in regards to this particular public hearing and the Liz Pendas release on lot 70 and 71 in Hannaford Farm. If you would like to speak, please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Going once. Going twice. 3 times we will close the public hearing on the annexation agreement amendment. Under appointments and presentations, I just want to acknowledge that under the fiscal year 2023, the GFOA Certificate of Achievement and Financial Reporting Award, I'd like to recognize Matt Anastasia, our Finance Director, for his outstanding efforts and all that he does on behalf of the Village of Sugar Grove. So Matt, wherever you may be, thank you very much. We appreciate all your efforts. The residents certainly do as well. Up next, airport report. Tony.
There was no meeting this month, so there is no report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Up next, we have public comment and scheduled action items. This evening, under our consent agenda, we have A, approval of the minutes of the June 4th, 2024 board meeting. B, approval of the vouchers. C, approval of the treasurer's report. D, an ordinance, zoning text amendment, food pantry use. Under general business this evening, item A, we have an ordinance amending Title 4, Chapter 6, open burning of the Village Municipal Code by adding the word leaves to the existing prohibition list in 4-6-3. Item B, an ordinance approving annexation agreement amendment for lots 70 and 71 in Hannaford Farms. Item C, a resolution for Petrie subdivision in Hannaford Farms. Item D, a resolution setting the number of liquor licenses, Sugar Grove American Legion / Cornboil. Item E, a resolution setting the number of liquor license for Primo's Tacos. Item F, approval of liquor license for Primo's Tacos. Just make sure I have nothing on page 2. And that is it. So those items specifically the village board will be taking action on. I don't know if do I have a list that anyone signed up for? Thank you, it's coming. I'm doing public comment there. I'll just public comment. Okay, that's looking, all right, it looks like we don't have anyone who'd like to speak under the public comment for action, items for action, but I will open it to the floor. If there's anyone in the room that did not sign up for a public comment on any of those items I just stated, you can step to the podium. You have 3 minutes to speak on any of those items. Going once, going twice, 3 times we'll close public comment. Any request to remove an item from consent agenda this evening? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as previously stated?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee White, a second out of trustee Herron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Up next, general business. Item A, the ordinance amending Title 4, Chapter 6, open burning of the Village Municipal Code. Chief.
Good evening. Tonight, it's as a reminder, back in April of this year, the village board amended the village code, removing section F from the open burning ordinance, which dealt with the burning of leaves. And as a housekeeping matter, after we removed that, there is no reference really that prohibits leaves from being burned. So as we're working on promotional material for the community, we're looking to add that back into the prohibited items under 463. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Is there any board member have any additional questions or comments? Okay. Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item A as previously stated?
As stated.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas, a second out of trustee Herron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
No.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-1. Up next, item C, a resolution for the Petrie subdivision in Hannaford. Item B, an ordinance approving annexation agreement amendment for lot 70 and 71. Danny.
So we just had the public hearing for this property, lots 70 and 71 in Hannaford. The owners have paid their FILOD fees, and we are presenting you with a ordinance that, for approval, that will release them of their obligations.
Thank you, Danny. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item B, the ordinance as previously stated?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Michaels, a second out of trustee Shomas. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Up next, a resolution for the Petrie subdivision. Danny.
This is also concerning lots 70 and 71 in Hannaford Farms. There was a meeting held with the Plan Commission. They recommended approval. The applicants are requesting to re-subdivide the lots and consolidate them into one larger lot in order to build a single-family home on the property. We have done a similar subdivision to this previously in Hannaford Farms. So staff is recommending approval of the final plat of subdivision for the Petrie's re-subdivision.
Thank you, Danny. Any questions for staff? Okay. Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item C, the resolution as previously stated?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first out of trustee Herron, a second out of trustee Bonnie. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Up next, item D, a resolution setting the number of liquor licenses for the Sugar Grove American Legion / Corn Boil. Tracy, is this you? I have to look at my board report, I'm sorry.
The Sugar Grove American Legion has applied for a temporary liquor license for the Corn Boil, and this is setting the number of licenses.
Okay, thank you. Any questions out of staff? For staff, out of the board? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item D, the resolution setting the number of liquor licenses, including the Sugar Grove American Legion / Corn Boil?
So moved. Second.
I have a first out of trustee Shomas, a second out of trustee Herron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you, motion passes unanimously. Up next, item E, a resolution setting the number of liquor licenses for Primo's Tacos. Tracy.
Primo's Tacos has submitted their liquor license. They want to serve alcohol in their restaurant, and this is setting the number of licenses for this.
Thank you. Any questions?
Will there be any packaged liquor sold on this property?
Not that I'm aware of, no, I don't believe so.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item E, the resolution as previously stated?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a first out of trustee Herron and a second out of trustee Shomas. Roll call, please.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Okay, up next, thank you, motion passes unanimously on that as well. Item F, approval of the liquor license for Primo's Tacos. Tracy.
This would just be to approve Primo's Tacos liquor license.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve item F as previously stated?
As stated.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
First out of trustee Shomas, second out of trustee Herron. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Trustee Shomas?
Aye.
Trustee Herron?
Aye.
Trustee Michaels?
Aye.
Trustee White?
Aye.
Trustee Lundy.
Aye.
Trustee Bonnie?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Up next, under discussion this evening, we have item A, the Settlers Ridge Unit 1A re-subdivision. Danny.
Okay, so we have received an application from TRG. They are the owners of 4 larger lots in Settlers Ridge that were originally planned for townhomes to be built on the property. What they are proposing with us is to re-subdivide the lots into 10 smaller lots for single-family, alley-loaded houses to be built on. The Plan Commission heard the petition at the June 12th Plan Commission meeting. They discussed it in great detail and had no concerns over the proposal, and they did recommend approval with the condition that whoever buys the lots to build on has to come back to the village board for approval of architecture. And they also have to go through the process to getting approvals that may be necessary in the PDD to change it from townhome lots to single-family homes. And we have a representative from Manhard Consulting if you have any questions.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions for staff? I think it's a great use of the fact that we've had some lots sitting vacant for a long time in Settlers Ridge. It's, pre-downturn, so 2005 roughly when the subdivision started. It's nice to do some infill, and if the market is more towards single-family than townhome property in there, I think it's the nice flexibility to be able to change that.
Has there been comments? Have there been comments from the HOA?
I have not received any comments from the HOA.
And will the builder have to go through their process to get approval?
Absolutely, they have to go through the HOA process.
And same building materials as all the other
Yep.
buildings?
Any other questions or comments? Questions for the developer while we have it here? Hearing none, Danny, it sounds like you can bring that back at our next meeting for approval.
Okay.
If there's nothing, is everybody unanimous in this? I think you can bring it back for consent. If there's any issues that come up, they can pull it. Okay, up next, item B, the social media policy. Scott.
Staff will time to time review different policies and make recommendations to the village board. Then we have looked at this one, we have engaged with the village attorney on this as well, and brought back some different information, looked at some policies from other local governments. Social media is relatively new compared to a lot of things that we do at the village, so we took a look at this. wanted to update some of the legalese in the document, and also just update things that we've had some issues with in the past, or just make sure that we have the correct language and are using things appropriately so that we can have conversations still on our social media. We don't want to turn off comments by any means, but we do want to make sure that we're abiding by the law and protecting people, especially there's the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, things like that do pop up that we want to make sure that we mention in our rules. So this is asking the board to discuss an update to the rules and get those then posted and published online so that we can follow them when moderating content if need be. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for staff? Look at a red line.
Yeah, that's a red line of our current policy is what's included in your packet.
And Laura has reviewed it as well.
Yes.
And I know Matt just went to a conference on this as well. So I think from the staff input, staff was involved with our attorney making these modifications and changes, not to prevent dialogue, but just to make sure that it's, directed for the right, it's on the right topic. There's a change that I know has been made. Any issues? Okay. Nope, okay. Hearing none, I'd ask that you bring that back on consent as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, we're moving along tonight. Up next, the item C, Deputy Village Clerk. Scott.
Thank you. So this item is to bring discussion forward about bringing back a deputy village clerk position, something that has been a bit unexpected or taking up a tremendous amount of time from myself, and administration department is right now 2 full-time people, myself and our village clerk, and we're spending a tremendous amount on FOIA and also then FOIA reviews from the PAC. This is a mandate from the state of Illinois. We have certain time frames and dates that we need to hit, so it goes to the top of the stack. Whenever they come in, it is keeping us from other initiatives and different things that we'd like to do and spend time on potentially. So this is more of a bring back, inform the board of what's going on. The level of requests that we're getting are quite a bit higher than we have in past years, and we want to make sure that we're informing the board of where we're at, why there may be some delays in other projects, and this would be a way to continue doing the work we had planned to do and that we normally do, and then bring someone on that would be a big assistance for the FOIA process, and then would also be able to work on some other outstanding projects we have as far as getting information together, some back scanning that we want to do. There's some records retention effort that we have from the move that we have yet to be able to put time into in a scanning application that we'd love to spend more time working on, and just many other things that Tracy and I have wanted to look at.
Any questions?
I guess the obvious question is, how do we pay for this position? Was it budgeted in this year's budget?
It was not budgeted. I don't think anybody anticipated the workload that the staff is facing. We did budget, so it is an unbudgeted mandate, as we know. It is unbudgeted for this fiscal year, but we did budget without the grocery tax. So the grocery tax is still going to flow through to us until 2026. So that money will be there. That's roughly I think we took $160,000 roughly out of our budget. This is a part-time employee, is my understanding, and I believe that you obviously have identified other uses for this person. I also want to bring up the fact that in the last 12 months, we've spent $16,455 on legal fees for redactions that have to be sent to our attorney. So that's just one component of it, but Scott is saying that he's spending roughly 10 hours a week dealing with FOIA, and I think he's a highly paid, specialized employee to be spending that much time and that much money on FOIA. Matt is also a FOIA officer, and he's spending a lot of his time doing the same, and Tracy's spending about 50% of her time doing the same. I think we have important things that we need to do. This is a mandate that we have to do, but it's preventing the village from moving forward with other projects.
I agree with you, Madam President.
Thank you.
This would be temporary, or not temporary, part-time? Part-time.
Yes.
Have we,
Hit the button.
That is mute.
there we go. Have we looked at any of the consultants or any other avenues for hiring an employee and other services out there that provide this type of work for the village?
We can certainly delve into that. There are some concerns naturally with privacy and the things that are redacted, and if it's an employee, and maybe Laura can speak to this better than I can, what gets released and what doesn't, and what they're viewing and sometimes have to redact. If they're an employee, we can have them under more confidentiality restrictions, and we'd have a little trouble with a consulting company outside of our legal team turning over certain things. As an example, we've had personnel files recently, FOIA, which needed quite a bit of an extensive review, and I'd hate to turn those over to anybody other than our attorney, so that's the one thing with a consulting firm in this instance that would give me some pause, whereas if we have an in-house person, we can manage that and know, and they've signed off on all of our confidentiality issues.
Thank you. What else do you see as being in scope for the responsibility of this person? Is it just strictly FOIA, or could he or she be doing other things as well?
Yeah, one opportunity would be to back up Tracy on any of her current duties, liquor licensing, if she were on vacation, potentially a meeting, she does sit in on a meeting, schedule meetings, or some ththings that she does. We do have a Laserfish program, and we had started doing some scanning with the deputy clerk in the past. We'd like to do more, get a plug-in, just get more documents on the internet, which would help us then to avoid having to search through stuff when we can produce it quicker if we have scanned it, which we fully intend on doing. It's just a matter of the time to do that. We have that program identified, and then working and setting up other things, working through the social media programs, things we already are doing. It can bolster and improve some of those and just streamline us as well.
Great, thanks.
And I think just as a point of reminder, we did have a deputy clerk before that was part-time, and now she's moved over to finance. So we did create that vacancy thinking that staff could absorb that role, but now it's coming to light that it can't be absorbed. Okay. If you can bring this back for general business next
Absolutely.
meeting.
We'll work on a job description and different information related to it, and we'll have Matt identify more of the fiscal numbers and hard numbers and all that, and bring it back as a more complete package. Just kind of wanted to kick off a discussion tonight, so I really appreciate the feedback.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have staff reports. So I'm going to just visually go around that. Chief, do you have anything to add?
Just today we had an incident at the Hankus Road Bridge where there was some asphalt that fell through, and we had to close the road off for bridge inspectors to come out and take a look at it. A steel plate was put down, and they'll be back later this week or next week, hopefully do more permanent repairs that are needed out there. So we'll try to get the information out to the public at the time this occurs. So.
But IDOT did come out.
This is an IDOT road bridge, so yeah, they're responsible for it. So we're just supporting them with traffic control, and we had the opportunity to utilize Kane County Office of Emergency Management to help us in blocking the road off for for more than half the day today.
Thank you, Chief.
Nothing else to report unless there's any questions.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Chief?
Could you send out Nextel or some type of community notice if the road's closed for an extended period?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Danny?
I have nothing to add.
Does anybody have any questions for Danny at this time? Hearing none? Michael?
Nothing to add to my written report.
Thank you, Michael. Any other questions for Michael? Okay, hearing none. Brad?
Nothing to add.
Any questions for Public Works? Hearing none. Scott?
Nothing to add to my written report, but happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Scott? Hearing none. Thank you. Matt?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Any questions for Matt? Hearing none. We will move on. Up next, we have item number 12, which is the public hearing for I-88 in the Illinois 47 TIF redevelopment project area. I would like to open the public hearing at this time for that Illinois 47 I-88 proposed TIF district. First of all, good evening. We will begin with a hearing with our consultant, Jeff Dickinson from SB Friedman. He will give a short presentation on the redevelopment project area and discuss the qualifications of the TIF district. The public hearing is for the hearing is for the creation of a new TIF district and whether it meets the statutory requirements for creation. Please keep your comments on the topic. We have many people here this evening, and everyone will have an opportunity to speak. If someone speaking before you has made a comment that is the same as yours, please consider passing on your opportunity to speak so that all perspectives can be heard. Next, I will invite members of the public to the podium for a 3-minute public comment. Numbers will be called. When you hear your number, please line up against the wall and wait for your opportunity to speak. We have an area marked off over there. There should be no more than 5 people in line at any given time. When you come to the podium, please state your name for the record. Lastly, thank you for taking time to attend this hearing. From our village code, persons addressing the board shall refrain from commenting about private activities, lifestyles, or beliefs of others, including village employees and elected officials, which are unrelated to the business of the village board. Also, speakers should refrain from comments or conduct that is uncivil, rude, vulgar, profane, or otherwise disruptive. Any person engaging in such conduct shall be requested to leave the meeting. I would also ask that you be respectful in your applause. I know that many of you will support other people in their comments, but sometimes that can be distracting to someone that might have an opposing view from you and prevent them from making their public comment. We're trying to get everyone heard. We are here. Everyone does have 3 minutes to speak. I do have a list. At the end of this list, when I get to it in a minute, at the end of the list, if you have not signed up, I will ask finally if anybody else would like to speak. But first, we're going to start with Jeff Dickinson with SB Friedman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. As the Mayor said, my name is Jeff Dickinson. I'm with the firm of SB Friedman Development Advisors.
Stand up, please.
Excuse me. He's fine. You can hear him. Not everybody in the room can see. He's at the desk at the podium. I'm not asking him to stand. He can sit. He has a microphone.
Speak a little slower than I'm
Happy to do that. I do speak quickly. I'll do my best. My name is Jeff Dickinson. I'm with the firm of SB Friedman Development Advisors. We're an economic development consulting firm based in Chicago. We work on matters like this across the country. We work in the city, we work in the suburbs, and we are the village's advisor on this matter. I think folks are pretty well aware of the geography that we're talking about. It's about 860 acres in total. About 100 acres of it is right-of-way, the rest of it is parcels of privately owned land. And there are no buildings on any of this property. The statute, the Illinois TIF Act, has rules regarding eligibility for the use of TIF for vacant land. There are 2 different tests that an area could pass or fail, depending on how you look at it, to qualify. There's a 1-factor test, and if any of those factors is found to be meaningfully present and reasonably distributed, the area has an eligibility factor that is sufficient. There's also a 2-factor test where you have to have at least 2 of those factors. It's a different list. So the rules are stated by the law, the state law, and we have interpreted the state law in the context of the facts in this study area. Just briefly on our methodology, we conducted field work. We looked at property value, historic property value data. We have mapping data. We have an engineering memo from EEI regarding stormwater and runoff. And we reviewed the village's comprehensive plan. Those are the major inputs into our analysis and our findings. The finding of blight is based on the portion of the law that says that if runoff from the study area contributes to flooding in the watershed into which the property feeds, that meets the quote-unquote flooding standard. So EEI, the engineer, did a study. Their study found that runoff from 88% of the proposed RPA contributes to downstream flooding in the Black Bear Creek watershed. That's the engineering finding. It's required to be made by a PE, professional engineer, and it has been. And so we conclude that contribution of runoff to flooding in the watershed means the area qualifies. There are other required findings and tests under the state law. The area has to be at least 1.5 acres in size. Obviously, it's significantly larger than that. The lack of growth from private investment test is essentially a backward-looking test. Has there been substantial investment already? If the answer to that question is yes, it gives us pause, and it might not be appropriate to use the TIF tool to facilitate redevelopment. Obviously, there's been no building activity here. This is vacant ground. So there has been no prior private investment in this ground in a long time. The next test is the but-for test. This is also an important test. The question to us and ultimately to the board when it comes time to consider adopting the TIF is, but for the adoption of the TIF and the creation of this tool, which will generate revenue, would it reasonably be expected to go forward? Again, if the answer to this is yes, then the board should not approve a TIF district. No board should approve a TIF district if the answer is yes. We believe that the answer is no. The infrastructure deficiencies in this area are very significant. We know that the village doesn't have the ability to fund those infrastructure extensions, and that without the TIF tool, there won't be the money to facilitate the development here that is consistent with the land use goals of the village. So we believe this project, or this area, this study area, meets the but-for test. The parcels have to be contiguous. The map has been drawn such that they are. The future land use plan, it's required that there be one in a TIF plan. To be clear, the TIF plan does not it is a financial tool, TIF. It is not a land use policy exercise. So our job here is to make sure that the land use plan in the TIF plan is flexible and is consistent with the goals of the board that they make through other conversations about land use. So the TIF is just to be able to have funds to implement land use policy. So this land use plan is, I would say, flexible. It doesn't specify what goes where. There's lots and lots of rules in the PUD that would come forward for development and other things. This is a general future land use plan, not specific by design. 23 years is a very long time, and so if you make a very specific land use plan in your TIF plan, you can essentially accidentally tie your own hands. There's no housing impact, obviously, because there's no housing, so there was no required analysis there. And you have to estimate the date of completion, so that is 23 years from the day of adoption, starting as of next year. So the year one would be January 1st of next year if the board adopts the TIF in 2024. So the plan meets the required findings and tests. A couple of other, I think, relevant pieces of information. As I think most people, and probably everyone is well aware, not all of this land is currently in the corporate limits. The village can't put the TIF in place until it is, so there'll have to be an annexation, or annexations will have to take place. And two, you can't TIF farmland, but once the land has been subdivided, it is no longer farmland from a TIF perspective, and so there'll have to be a subdivision, and again, that is contemplated and expected. So our report assumes that those two actions are taken before the matter comes before the board to vote to adopt the TIF. Those are, I guess, assumptions that are baked into our thinking. The TIF Act requires that you also prepare a redevelopment plan. This plan is, as I say, TIF districts last 23 years. This is a relatively general plan. It's not overly specific about where a pipe would go, or roads, or detention ponds. Again, those are things to be sorted out in the future. The plan here is to facilitate development of private property. Oh, thanks, Kathy. Facilitate public infrastructure improvements. We know that's the major hurdle to development here. The plan expects that stormwater management systems and flood control improvements will need to be made. That's a requirement. If you make the finding of the flooding finding as the eligibility factor, you have to plan to remedy that, and that step 3, or item 3, does that. Provide resources for streetscaping and landscaping, demolition and site environmental cleanup. I don't think those are applicable now, but 23 years is a long time, so should something come forward, the plan would allow TIF to be used for those purposes. And then support other plans, as I mentioned. This is not land use policy, it's a financial tool. And coordinate other resources. I'm not sure, obviously there's state roads and other things that come into play here, or could come into play. The plan is required to have a budget. This is not a levy. This is not an obligation of the board to spend money. It sets a ceiling, subject to adjustments under the law, and the allocation of monies, these dollars are fungible. So there's $220 million for Public Works. We know that will be a very large line item, given that there are very few of these things exist in the area. And site preparation, likewise, the land is going to need to be graded and other things. So the lion's share of the spending is expected to be in those categories. But if any of the other categories for which there is a number need to go higher for some reason, job training needs to be $55,000, as long as the board doesn't exceed the cap, they're allowed to move money around, essentially. So this is a flexible plan. It's a cap on spending, but not an obligation to spend. Spending decisions are not made at the point of TIF district creation. They're made in the future when other matters come forward, be they on public improvements or other things. As I said, the future land use plan is mixed. It allows for commercial, business park, residential flex housing, single-family housing, parks and open space, transportation improvements, right-of-way improvements. So again, and those could go anywhere for the purposes of the TIF plan. Obviously, the board would, as land use policymakers, are going to be much more prescriptive about that. This is a big umbrella under which future decisions can be made. And those are some of the key points. Obviously, this is just a schedule of the process and where we stand. And welcome any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. We do have an item for discussion for the village board at the close of public hearing, so if the village board does have discussion or questions for you, we'll address them at that time. I just want to remind the public that we're going to move into public comment time for the public hearing, and it is 3 minutes, public comment. We will have a timer. Tracy will put a timer up so that you can see it. We will have 5 of you at a time line up, and then we can move through public comment. Again, the items for discussion will be the TIF creation. This isn't about project or potential projects within the TIF. This is solely based on TIF creation. So I just want to remind the public of that. If we do go off topic, I will ask that you bring your comments back in line with what we're here for, this purpose of public comment in this public hearing. There is another opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment. If you would like to make an additional comment, you are more than welcome to do so. But for this hearing right now, it is about TIF creation in this area. TIF creation is, does this area meet the state statute and qualifications to create a TIF district? So this is just whether or not it has met that standard. And it is creating a TIF district does not mean that you're expending any dollars. A TIF district cannot be created this evening. It frankly can't be created for a minimum of 15 days and a maximum of 90 days. And it also cannot be created until the property has been annexed into the village. You can't create, and Jeff did mention that, you can't create a TIF district unless it is annexed into the village. So this property will have at some point, if they continue, you will see the property owner come in for an annexation agreement, and there will be a public hearing on the annexation agreement at that time. So we anticipate, by the fact that the TIF district conversation has started and the TIF creation and the public hearing is here, that they have about 90 days to move through the other items, which would be a zoning hearing in front of the Plan Commission on zoning, and then annexation is a public hearing in front of this village board, and this is the public hearing on the TIF creation. Okay. So without further ado, we'll line up numbers 1 through 5.
So if you've got numbers 1 through 5, please come up to the podium, and then as people finish their public comment, if you could please help to line up so we can try to hear from everybody here tonight and get everybody home at a reasonable hour. Number 1, Cody Slamans.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Cody Slamans.
I've lived in Sugar Grove for most of my life. I grew up less than a mile away from the proposed Crown development, and now I own a home here in the village. I also work for a small business in this wonderful town. Over the years, I've seen Sugar Grove grow and change, but it has always maintained its small-town charm and quiet lifestyle for its residents. This is why I'm particularly concerned about the proposed tax increment financing development by Crown. I've carefully reviewed all the information provided by Crown Development and the village of Sugar Grove. I've heard the arguments for designating the land as blighted. I've even watched Crown's polished video that claims giving back the increased property taxes to the developer will somehow benefit Sugar Grove and its residents. However, I see this proposal as a dangerous and potentially devastating plan. To start with, this development will increase traffic on an already busy section of Route.
You're off topic, sir. We're talking about TIF creation. You're off topic. You're talking about a development. We're here to talk about TIF creation. Point of order. Point of order. There are other hearings for that. This is here about TIF creation. I will do the same thing for everyone. We're not here to talk about truck traffic. We're here to talk about TIF creation. Please continue. It does not have to do with the TIF, sir, or anyone in the room. That is not why we're here. Please continue. Tracy, thank you for pausing.
Regarding the TIF creation then, all I have to say is that I do not believe, from what I've read on the designation of the land being blighted, applies to that property. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you.
Perry Elliott.
Yeah, hi, my name's Perry Elliott, and I'm from Sugar Grove. According to the Illinois Municipal Code 65 ILCS 5, the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act, the Crown land does not qualify for a $350 million TIF. Crown is applying as vacant land even though the land is currently being commercially farmed. The TIF Act says that the requirement for vacant land is this. If vacant, the sound growth of the redevelopment project area is impaired by one of the following factors that is present, with that presence documented to a meaningful extent so that the municipality may reasonably find that the factor is clearly present within the intent of the TIF. What is the intent of the Act? The stated purpose of the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act in the state of Illinois is to provide a mechanism for local government units in Illinois to spur economic development in specific geographic areas that are deteriorating or declining. This property is neither. The intent of the TIF Act was made in order to remedy the following issues. The TIF Act states that as a result of the existence of blighted areas and areas requiring conservation, there is an excessive disproportionate expenditure in public funds, inadequate public and private investment, unmarketability of property, growth in delinquencies and crime, and housing and zoning laws in such areas, together with an abnormal exodus of families and businesses, so that the decline of these areas impairs the value of private investments and threatens the sound growth and the tax base of taxing districts in such areas, and threatens the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public. The Crown property does not meet any of these requirements to qualify for a TIF Act designation. None of these issues exist. The reason they're saying it qualifies is based on a drainage study by EEI, which does a lot of business with the city, and in their conclusions, they state, it appears that all runoff from the study area currently contributes to downstream flooding within Zone X and Zone AE of Blackberry Creek. It appears to. Future development of the proposed TIF District number 3 could result in additional downstream flooding with detrimental effects. There's no factual basis that states any of this water creates a problem beyond this property. It doesn't go to the Fox River, at least I haven't seen any proof of it. They're assuming that everybody will buy this and let it slide, and I think it's time to stop it. Thank you.
Rob Peace.
My name is Rod Feast. I'm the Highway Commissioner for Blackberry Township. I am not here to oppose or in support of this development, but I am here to oppose the proposed tax increment financing district. I believe that the added services that are going to need to be provided here and no added extra income to the road district and the traffic on the roads will severely impact us. I would like to put into the record, if I can, I don't want to read the whole thing, I have a letter objecting to the tax increment financing district, and the township did hire an independent traffic study done, and if I could put that into the record, I would like to do that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, Rob. You can leave it with staff at the table. Tim Slamons?
This is my nice 3-minute speech, very polite, not a single name mentioned in it. However, last night and today, I found out some very disturbing things. I have 40 acres less than a mile away from this development. I love to look at different parcels and see who owns them. This TIF district is bordered by many different owners, and one of them happens to be a trust called Conan Heisel Trust Number 101.
You're already off topic, sir. We're talking about the creation of a TIF
I am
district.
talking about a TIF for $350 million that Jennifer's the number one sponsor of. So I texted her because I would never want to do this to anybody unless I talk to them first.
Point of order, this is not about a creation of a TIF district, and frankly, sir, you're slandering me.
I wanna
And
know-
you are out of order, so if you have nothing to say in regards to this TIF district, then you need to sit down. There's a lot of people that want to
She
speak.
will not admit that family is not related to hers. I'll give you guys copies
Thank
of
you.
facts.
Thank you.
Let me finish my nice one.
Well, if you have something to talk about relative to the creation of the TIF district.
At first glance, tax incremental financing sounds sweet and innocent, doesn't it? But let's be honest what it really is, tax theft. This plan takes money from hardworking taxpayers and gives it to big corporations. And what do we get in exchange? We get promises of beer gardens, property for a new village hall, which is bribery. Bribing the people who are going to vote on the TIF with free property for a village hall. We get a new downtown that's 5 miles out of town. We get lakes, we get swans. These visions sound wonderful, but are they worth $350 million? That's a TIF number, by the way. Let's talk about S.B. Friedman. S.B. Friedman would tell you that the sky is blighted. You know why? Because the rain comes from the sky and that floods somewhere. The sky is blighted. S.B. Friedman on their website brags about releasing millions of dollars to corporations so that they can invest and make money. Let's not call it releasing millions of dollars. Let's call it reaching into the taxpayer's back pocket and taking the money that belongs to the tax bodies and using it for your corporate profit. We've heard that the roads, the sewers, and the water lines were built for the development will belong to Sugar Grove, suggesting that they are assets, but they are not going to be assets for 23 to 50 years. They're going to be liabilities that are going to cost the taxpayers money.
Gary Boyle? Real quick, if you have number 6 through 10, you can start lining up. Thank you.
Carrie Boyle. I will save my comments for another hearing, but I did want to get up and state that after watching the presentation, there were 2 issues that I absolutely take exception with. The owners of this property have owned it for decades, and so if this land is blighted, it is due to their lack of taking care of this land. And so if there is flooding here, it's because they haven't taken care of the land. If there's any problems here with the, with the but-for clause, Sugar Grove doesn't have this property yet. We haven't annexed this property yet. So that's a big assumption that is part of this as well. So I think there are a lot of flaws with this, and when we take a look at this presentation, it really caused, I think it really caused a lot of frustration with this audience. So I would ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Rick Boyle?
Can I have my wife's time? This is a bad deal. Crown knows it's a bad deal. If it wasn't, the bulldozers would already be out there leveling the farm fields, and there'd be no ask for a $350 million TIF. The recent Joint Review Board knows this is a bad deal, as evidenced by the 3 no votes and the 6 who voted present rather than risk the potential wrath of the village board had they voted their conscience and voted to deny the TIF. Even the village's attorney said everyone knows TIFs are bad. The people in attendance tonight also know this TIF is a bad deal. That's why they are once again showing up in mass to oppose this proposal. Throughout this process, I have avoided any personal attacks or insults. I find it very disappointing, though, that the village president who ran in opposition to this approached Crown to resurrect the warehouse-like version of it once she was elected. In exchange, there is a pie-in-the-sky promise of a town center, not in the center of town, replete with beer gardens and swan boats and folksy mom-and-pop retailers peddling their ethically sourced wares to English shoppers. The only problem is that no one will want to construct a quaint rural town center next to millions of square feet of warehouses with unregulated and unenforceable developer-friendly zoning. You wouldn't put a strip club next to a school.
I'm sorry, we're off
But maybe
topic.
you guys would, but we would.
It's about creation, TIF creation.
This is TIF.
In the blight, you can absolutely talk about blight, we're talking about the
It's
project.
public comment.
To talk about a TIF hearing, this is a TIF public hearing. This is, no, it's not. That is public comment, sir.
Inextricably linked concepts. They are.
You can save that also comment for the end of the meeting, if you want to add other comments. But right now, it's about getting through the TIF hearing about creation.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say, all right? And I'll come back with the rest of it. Farmland is not blighted. There is no flooding, and you should vote no for the TIF.
Bobby Boston? Number 7, I have
I want to submit this too.
Bobby Boston.
Bobby Boston. Thank you. So if you have, when you came in and signed up, if you were numbers 7 through 10 or 11, if you could get in line just to help expedite this, please.
So just read those names.
Yeah, next I have Mark Castrovillo. I'm sorry, it's hard to read.
Bobby, you're up next, and then we're just reading the next couple names.
Ross Powell, Esther Steele, Carol Green, and Jaden Chada are the next few names that I have on the list.
Mine, this is hostile audience, y'all are gonna hate me. When we had TIF meetings before, Bobby Boston and Roy Boston stood very much against this whole idea. By the way, I live in Sugar Grove. Now we're having a TIF meeting, and I don't know that I know enough about the project, so I'm not gonna talk about the project, because that's definitely off topic. But I do know that my property taxes are going up and up and up. And the only way that we as a community are going to be able to somehow rein in these property taxes is we need development. And for all of those who love the idea of just having farmland, it can't stay that way and have Sugar Grove grow.
We spoke about this. Exactly. She is off topic. Bobby, you are off topic. But I appreciate you even standing up in front of a hostile crowd, so thank you.
No, I knew it would be a hostile crowd, that's okay.
We're working, sir.
My understanding is that TIF districts are created, and sometimes they're used, and sometimes they are not used. And so at this point, I believe the board is looking into trying to create a TIF district that may or may not be used. By the way, under Mr. Shawn Michaels, multiple TIF districts were created.
Off topic, Bobby. Bobby, off topic.
And not?
Yeah, that's off topic too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who do we have?
Mark Castronovo, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, the writing.
Yeah, it's Mark Castrovillo.
Thank you, Mark.
And since I put a lot of time and energy in to talk about the actual project, and I can't, I'll see you all next time and deliver my data on that. But I would like to say one thing. Been in Sugar Grove a long time. I moved away for a couple years. This town has always done a wonderful job of protecting this community. A lot of things happen to other communities. That's fine. They're perfect place for them. We have protected the sanctity of this community and the livelihood, and to take this money and to fund something that doesn't benefit the community. All communities have to grow, but we have 56, we have the coveted 88 now, we have the overburdened 47, and everyone wants it. So let's not give it away. I think it's like that precious piece of gold. People should be paying us to come to this.
Ross Powell. Ross Powell.
My name is Dr. Ross Powell, and I lived in Blackberry Township for over 30 years. I am an emeritus professor of earth science, and although I'm not a certified professional, I have conducted research and led multi-million-dollar international projects for over 50 years. The justifications made for a TIF district are geoscientific, so I consider that I have appropriate depth of knowledge to understand what is being called blighted. Public information and documents EEI and SB Friedman companies used to determine the redevelopment project area, what they call RPA, as being blighted is completely insufficient for making scientific documentation that the land can be characterized as blighted based on flooding. They claim that 88% of the runoff from the RPA contributes to downstream flooding in Blackberry Creek watershed. However, there is no public detailed documentation of that claim, providing how and why that percentage was determined scientifically. No map is provided documenting where that 88% comes from within the RPA. No statement is provided of what criteria were used to define the 88%. No justifications are provided for using those criteria. No discussion is provided of how those criteria were put into practice in the assessment, and no assessment is provided as to what proportion of rainstorm water is determined to be runoff rather than infiltration based on soil types, ground cover, and slope. It is a basic scientific fact that any topographic high area contributes runoff to lower lying areas during rainstorms, and hence has a tendency to cause flooding downstream areas of a creek or river. Using these criteria, it is logical to suggest that Johnson's Mound Forest Preserve should be redeveloped because it is a topographic high within Blackberry Creek watershed and is bound to be contributing flooding downstream. The argument also logically leads to saying that 40% of the U.S. should be classified as blighted because that area contributes to flooding in the Mississippi River. In any scientific study that I could get funded, I would be required to include the assessments above, but there are at least two other aspects that would be required in a fundable study without being laughed out the door. Any legitimate scientific study would need to redetermine the significance of the assessment of blight. And a couple of suggestions are evaluate just how significant the concern is for flooding. That is, assess the size of rainstorm required to create detrimental flooding, and then predict the frequency of such rainstorms. Plus, explain how and why that size and frequency of flood was determined or chosen.
Dr.
Number two,
Dr. Powell, your time is up, sir.
of Blackberry Creek was flooded.
No, Dr. Powell, your time is up, sir. I apologize. You can continue at public comment at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
My name is Esther Steele. I am the Blackberry Township Supervisor. And I just want to thank the board and Jen for allowing people to have a voice and come and talk to you. The Blackberry Township Board opposes respectfully the TIF proposed by Sugar Grove. We've done extensive analysis and are very considerate of what your goals are, but we believe this TIF will have an extensive negative impact to the economic well-being of Blackberry Township and the Blackberry Township taxpayers. I'd also like to state that we do not agree with the assessment that healthy farmland is blighted. We think it does not conform to the state statute that requires blighted terms. This is not blighted. This is healthy farmland. So, this is my time, and I'd like you guys to give everyone who comes up here an opportunity to speak. We are opposed to the TIF. We are going to continue to be opposed to the TIF. I do have a letter as well to have read into the record that more specifically defines our opinion. So thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Esther.
Carol Green.
I live in Blackberry Township. I've lived here for 25 years. I do not believe that that farmland is blighted, therefore it does not qualify for a TIF. TIF is nothing more than taxpayer money theft. You're taking taxpayers' money, my money, and giving it to one of the wealthiest families in the country that could very easily develop it on their own if they really wanted to. My husband and I are strongly opposed to this TIF. And since I can't say the rest of what I was going to say, I'll just submit it.
Thank you.
Jaden Chada. I'm going to jump right into the eligibility of the TIF. Page 1 of the statute in front of you is a highlighted section that says, quote, blighted area means any improved or vacant area within the boundaries of a redevelopment project area located within the territorial limits of a municipality. So the first red flag here is that this property isn't even within the territorial limits of the municipality, so I'm not sure how you can even hold this hearing or even consider a TIF until after annexation. Next, we have the keyword vacant. If you go to page 22 of the packet in front of you, you'll see the definition of vacant. Vacant land means any parcel or combination of parcels of real property without industrial, commercial, or residential buildings that have not been used for commercial agricultural purposes within the last 5 years prior to the designation of the RPA. For the last 5 years, the property on the Crown property has been commercially farmed, as well as portions of the land have been used for the pumpkin farm. It is not vacant. The next problem is on page 4, which states that if vacant, the municipality must reasonably find that the blight factor is clearly present and evenly distributed. Jeff from SB Freeman was asked at the JRB, how much of a problem is downstream flooding of the Blackberry Creek watershed? Jeff, the TIF consultant, replied, I'm not sure that question is relevant. Any reasonable person would conclude that the statute dictates that true evidence of blight or downstream flooding must be provided. The land is not vacant, it doesn't qualify. And even if it was vacant, it's still not blighted. It doesn't qualify. The statute could not be clearer that this does not qualify. The statute was not written to be obsolete. If the lawmakers wanted the statute, or if the lawmakers wanted farmland to be TIF eligible, they would have included it. Now let's talk about your but-for requirement. But for the TIF, the property would not develop. That's the requirement that needs to be met. The problem is, but for the TIF, the property would not be as profitable as Crown would like. They said it themselves last year at the community engagement meeting in this very room. I say too bad. Crown made a bad investment. Don't force the taxpayers to increase the ROI. First, you had a study from Moran, which said on the basis of chronic flooding that it could qualify for a TIF, not that it does. That wasn't good enough, so now you go to SB Freeman, and they say it contributes to flooding of the watershed. Give me a break. Water runoff is what makes the watershed.
This is a sham. No taxing body or citizen should suffer from poor decisions made by Crown, nor should they be Crown's failed investment insurance. That's what I call this. If you vote yes, you are blatantly violating state law and could end up in a lawsuit. Thank you.
If you have number 15 through 20, Kellen Anderson, Paige Granite, Jarrah Piper, Judy Childers, please come in line. Up next, we have Lisa Essling.
Hello, my name is Lisa Essling, and I live at that crosshairs of where Crown has the northeast, southeast, and southwest corners of 47 and CV. Lucky us, we sit at the remaining corner there, so we're in the crosshairs of this whole thing. I had something planned that I was going to read, but I'm going to do like you've said and not repeat what other people said, but I do have a few things I want to add. I agree with everyone else, this land does not qualify for Sugar Grove to extend Crown a TIF. They've talked about that it's not vacant, it's farm. And then I have a question about the but-for that Jeff said. He said without the TIF, there's no money available for the infrastructure. Are you serious? Crown is like one of the wealthiest families in the country. They are acting as the loan people to the village, and the village is going to pay them back with 20% for fees and interest. So they're going to be making a lot of money loaning the money. If they have the money to loan, they have the money to pay for it. And then the other thing I have was at the joint review meeting came from Mark Armstrong, Kane County, and he asked for numbers like Jane was saying. If the natural runoff of this property floods Blackberry Creek watershed to the degree that it needs mitigation, we need numbers. We want to know how much water are we talking about. Quantify this amount and prove that Crown's mitigation is going to be sufficient to mitigate this flooding. And then on top of it, you need to show that once they cover all that draining farmland with concrete and buildings, that their mitigation is going to be enough to take care of the newly created runoff and flooding. So we're still looking for those numbers. And I just kind of wondering if you're trying to make this fit by just redefining words. So this property is not blighted. You cannot grant a TIF, at least not legally. Thank you.
Dale Essling.
My name is Dale Essling, and Jaden started this ball rolling, so let's continue. The first TIF study that was done on this property was done by Moran. They had the same state statute for reference that SB Friedman has. That report stated that it was chronic flooding as the reason of the property could qualify, not that it actually, with no uncertainty, did qualify. Crown and/or the village board saw the problem with the TIF report being uncertain in the property qualifying for TIF. So they, Crown, wanted a new study done. Crown requested a company who was more creative and aggressive with their studies. We raised the questions about the finding by Moran that this property chronically floods, so SB Friedman went a different direction and claims that the runoff from these farm fields contributes to flooding in the 75 square mile Blackberry Creek watershed. I've read SB Friedman's report and failed to find one actual number of how many gallons of water run off of these fields. EEI was a party to this study, and there is no mention by them as to the amount of runoff into the watershed, just that water runs off into the watershed and quote-unquote contributes to flooding. So, with absolutely no evidence to back up their statements, we're all supposed to believe that these 790 acres help flood 75 square miles. A rough estimate of these fields would be that more than 700 acres are now planted and growing crops to be harvested in the fall and shipped to the river or processing plants to generate income for the farmers. A rational person would deduce that if enough water ran off of these fields to flood 75 square miles, there would not be enough water left for the farmers' crops to grow. We also have two conflicting TIF reports.
One says the water stays on the property and chronically floods. The other one says, nope, the water runs off and floods somewhere else. There's great doubt as to the validity of anything that SB Friedman has brought to this table. SB Friedman based their study on a one-factor determination in determining blight. Their study, however, does not comply with state statutes. In the statutes, vacant land, as Jaden said, is described as being farmed commercially, as not being farmed commercially for 5 years prior to its designation. This land, as previously mentioned, is being farmed right now. You are being handed a copy of an Illinois appellate court ruling where the vacant land issue was addressed. The lower court ruled and the appellate court agreed that the Village of Orion could not use one factor to determine blight because the properties were farmed commercially in the 5 years prior to the effort to determine it blighted. SB Friedman's report is based on the same erroneous one-factor test and is, in their own words, irrelevant. It violates state statute, and any vote by this board to grant a TIF using this study leaves the village open to a lawsuit and will put the members voting for said TIF in violation of their oath of office, as they too would be breaking the law.
Carolyn Anderson?
Good evening, I'm Carolyn Anderson, President of Thoughtful Progress. I would like to briefly walk you through the TIF Act and highlight some statutes in the SB Friedman documents that do not appear to be currently compliant with these statutes. The Act states, "It is hereby found and declared that in order to promote and protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public, that blighted conditions need to be eradicated and conservation measures instituted, and that redevelopment of such areas be undertaken, that to remove and alleviate adverse conditions, it is necessary to encourage private investment and restore and enhance the tax base of the taxing districts in such areas by the development or redevelopment of project areas." Nothing about this potential TIF district, which is comprised of farmland and woodlands, jeopardizes the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public. There is no blight that needs to be eradicated. In fact, this land contributes to clean air and water for everyone around it. It is a vulnerable resource to the community, not blight. Rather than restore and enhance the tax base of the taxing districts, this development would be a devastating blow to some, if not all, of the taxing districts. The Cameron School District's annual comprehensive financial report of 2023 noted that the district has had 3 tax increment financial districts within the school district boundaries. The TIF district caused the school district's property tax to remain on the level at which the property was during the inception of the TIF, with any increased value being captured by the TIF to further development. The existing TIFs will expire between 2035 and 2038. Growth within the TIF districts has helped the economic development within the local area, but has created a loss of property tax revenue. The largest single source of revenue to the school district is local property tax. Sugar Grove contains 2 of those 3 TIF districts affecting our schools. Conservation measures should start with Crown Community Development complying with the Clean Waters Act and ensuring that the CV Run portion of Blackberry Creek is properly maintained to prevent pooling of water. We have photos of the creek full of beaver dams and downed trees, creating pooling briefly after heavy storms. If the Clean Waters Act were being observed, this would not happen. Are they self-inflicting this so-called blight? We consider this land a valued and necessary ecosystem with a perfectly balanced watershed, and disrupting it would be highly detrimental to everybody around. I would like to bring to your attention the TIF Act states. For any municipality with a population of 12,000 or less as determined by the 1980 U.S. Census, the redevelopment project area, or in the case of a municipality which is more than one redevelopment project area, each such area must be contiguous, and the total of all such areas shall not comprise more than 35% of the area within the municipal boundaries, no more than 30% of the equalized assessed value of the municipality. The current EAV of Sugar Grove per King County records is $403,365,313. 30% of this is approximately $121,009,594. You currently have 2 TIFs in place. TIF 1 with an approved value of $45,900,000 and TIF 2 with an approved value of $128,233. Adding the 2 existing TIFs together totals $164,133. Now you are considering adding $350 million more, bringing your total TIF amount to $494,133,000. This exceeds over 100% of the allowable EA. You can continue at the end of the meeting under public comment.
Paige Granite?
My name is Paige Gravitt, and before I read what I came here to read, I do want to say that all of us are aware that TIF is part of development, right? But
tip abuse is prevalent also in the state. And to hear an engineering firm state that this is merely an interpretation of state law is alarming, because we all know that we're turning fertile farmland into blight, and it's completely not the case. So I'm here as a proxy for Ron Stenz, meteorology professor at the College of DuPage. My comments are being read on my behalf tonight because I was unable to attend the meeting. I'm a meteorology professor and the discipline chair of the Earth Science Department at the College of DuPage. Right now, I'm away leading a field studies course, and during this course, students will learn about objectively assessing data and the importance of scientific integrity. It's come to my attention that the productive farmland being discussed tonight has been described as blighted in order to be eligible for a TIF. This determination was based on a claim that much of the land contributes to downstream flooding. However, no examples were given for how much this land contributed to floods. In fact, there were no mentions of any specific floods that this land may have contributed to. The only justification given for this claim is that the land is part of a watershed and water flows downhill. Using this logic, thousands of properties in the area would also be blighted. Furthermore, the great irony of all of this is that large developments and warehouses greatly increase runoff and contributions to downstream flooding when compared to farmland. It's disheartening to see the village leadership that does not value scientific integrity. It's even more disheartening to see village leadership that believes their voices are more important than their constituents' voices. Why hold a referendum on financial decision on a scale never before seen? Why hold a referendum on a decision that will forever change the character of the entire area, not just Sugar Grove? It's a lack of integrity and a refusal to hear the voices of your constituents. Is that the legacy that you want to leave behind? I hope not, but it seems as if time is running out soon on any change for the better.
Cheryl Piper?
Hi, I'm Jared Piper. I live in Sugar Grove at Black Walnut Trails, and I'm a director at Kane DuPage Soil and Water Conservation District and Vice President of Thoughtful Progress, which I'm very proud of. I just need to let you all know that there are substantial documents that have been created from professionals that are available, that were created back in 2018 in December, that overwhelmingly indicates the land is not suitable for the kind of infrastructure and development that is proposed from Crown. Connecting this to the TIF, that SB Friedman was brought in on, like, if you were going to say the last leg of this deal. We had ChemCon, we had Moran, who indicated that this land was not blighted. You have Kane DuPage Soil Water Reclamation District, Conservation District, giving their land use opinion back in 2018. 5 years later, in 2023, same month of December, they indicate the land has not changed and that actually the land becomes more valuable agriculturally for this area, which is completely ignored by SB Friedman and EEI. There is actually the land right underneath 88 and adjacent to 47, where there's presently a wetland, which should be protected. That land has such hydric soils, and the water table is so high, they will not be able to build one house with a basement, one infrastructure that won't sink. We don't want to become DeKalb, where they have to restart their warehouse that's going on right now. Because who's going to fit that bill? It's going to be you guys.
Chair, just rein it back in. You're on topic, but that's not on topic. The DeKalb is not, we're not here to talk about DeKalb. We're here to talk about Sugar Grove. We're here to talk about Sugar Grove.
She can interrupt as much as she wants. They took our signs down because they didn't want you guys to know about the meeting tonight.
Off topic. Off topic and violating village ordinance. Off topic.
But it's relevant because it's a TIF meeting. Yes. So what I'm going to provide for the trustees is that there's 2 reports by professionals with unbiased opinions that will indicate that this will be a failure. I don't know how you want to, like Paige said, how do you want to leave your legacy? You want your kids to know that you failed Sugar Grove? Because Jen obviously doesn't care. Thank you.
T, Roy Boston, Yvonne Dimwitty, Carl Dimwitty, and Pat Gallagher, please line up if you've got numbers 20 through 25, so we can keep this moving forward, please. Next up, we have Judy Childress.
My name is Judy Childress. I live in Blackberry Township. 5 years ago, I was here doing the same thing. So, same spot, fighting the same fight. Not a lot has changed in those 5 years. I love my home, I love the community, and I'm still greatly opposed to TIF on this property. I wanted to talk about intent. TIF is a wonderful idea based on good intentions. Unfortunately, it has been stretched, bent, and basically mauled to the point that it can't be seen as the same good intentions that it had. One of the major discrepancies in the original intention of TIF versus the current situation at hand is the original intent of setting up a TIF is to attract developers to participate in an area that is unattractive due to blight, with the cost of cleaning up due to contamination issues, rehabbing, or demolishing old structures being prohibitive to development. The original intent was to make property that is set unused, often for sale, without any interest due to these cost factors, attractive to developers for redevelopment, even allowing developers to use TIF funds to purchase the land. This TIF is for property already owned by a developer who began purchasing the parcels of this land in 2002 per county records, and has acknowledged this as prime real estate for development as it surrounds an interchange with a major highway. This is not unattractive property for development per the developer in the village, yet the developer has stated loudly and clearly in many public events that they require the TIF to develop the land, trying to bully the municipality into getting the TIF approved by threatening to let the property remain farmland with smaller real estate taxes, or to sell it to lesser developers. As a community member whose home and property are within 30 feet of the proposed TIF, I am very concerned for the detrimental effects the TIF will have on the municipal services available to people in our area. We had a barn fire in 2009, and the fire department responded quickly and efficiently and got our barn fire put out. Fortunately, my house was not damaged at all. I'm concerned that in the future, other residents will not have the same outcome thanks to the lack of funds for services. And while the TIF does not increase real estate taxes directly, when the municipal service providers do not have the funds they need to provide increased services to the additional needs of the development in the TIF district, these financial needs will have to be funded by those outside the TIF district, likely by an increase in real estate taxes. While TIF is a legal financing structure in its original intended form, an idea with good intentions, in its current form, this TIF is unethical and irresponsible. It pulls much-needed tax dollars away from the taxing bodies who need the funds to support the community with various services, including fire, police, road, assessor, education, mental health, and others. Yes, other municipalities are using TIF in its bent and stretched form to develop their communities. That doesn't make it ethical or responsible. Other communities are also deep in debt to the tune of tens to hundreds of millions of dollars thanks to their use of TIF. Examples include Bolingbrook, Romeoville, and Elwood. I ask all board members to take the time between this hearing and the date of the vote on the TIF to reach out to other communities who have used TIF and are now drowning in debt to discuss how detrimentally this affects it, and to talk to the community members. We've spent 5 years researching and keeping on top of this. Thank you. Please talk.
Kim T.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kim T. What I want to say is already been said. I was sitting right there thinking maybe I should sing a Chinese song using my 3 minutes. But President Jennifer already said, no, only related to TIF creation. Okay, I will not sing. But TIF creation is not good. I'm here to oppose the TIF. Only a few of the village board wanted this TIF. Look at this room. So many residents here that are against TIF. That's why they are here. This is spending more money. Just look at it. So what was supposed to be said is already said, so I will just say from the bottom of my heart, based on my personal experience. How about that? I have a medical office in Cook County sitting on a non-TIF district. Directly next to a TIF district, non-tax district eventually caught up with the property tax. My property tax increased 400% 3 years ago because of TIF money ran out. The TIF district that has to do with the non-tax district. So they compare the property value because you have to catch up. So I would request and plead to the village board with vote no. Do not vote TIF. Vote say no. Say no to TIF. Do not create the TIF creation. It's not good for everybody. So, maybe I should do a chanting. We say no. We say no. No TIF.
Thank you.
No TIF. No TIF. No TIF. I still have 20 seconds.
You do.
President Cannon, look at what the t-shirt said. No TIF. No TIF. No TIF. No TIF.
Thank you,
No TIF. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm out. Thank you.
Roy Boston? My name is Roy Boston, and I live here in Sugar Grove. Seems to me that a TIF would probably be a good thing to consider if we knew what the program was going to be that they were going to build. I understand that Crown has not delivered a proposal to us, so it seems to me that without knowing exactly what it is that they're going to do, that this is perhaps putting the cart before the horse. And I'm not opposed in theory to a TIF, but I think the timing is wrong, and I think that the village should urge Crown to provide a proposal that we could understand and we would support, so we could fairly balance this. Well, with the interest of moving this hearing forward, I relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Yvonne?
Thank you. I'll make it short and sweet. When developers buy property, they buy it to invest and hold for future increase in value. So are we to believe that the developers bought this property and held it so that they could be guaranteed a TIF? And are we to believe that all of the property from Aurora, Kirk Road, all the way forward is blighted so that it all needs a TIF? Are we to believe that all the property in Geneva where they want to put warehouses and we're not talking about Geneva, we're talking about Sugar Grove. We are talking about Sugar Grove, but this affects all of us. It affects the whole area. Are you saying that all of this is blighted so that it can't be sold? I don't agree. This property is not blighted. These realtors and these investors bought this property for future, hopefully that they would increase the value in the property, and now they want the taxpayers to assume all their risk for development. They bought it in hopes of developing it, and we should not assume the risks. TIFs are bad for the people, they're bad for the taxpayers, and they're going to destroy this country.
Carl Dinwiddie?
I'm taller than her. Carl Dinwiddie, I came in here and I was kind of just walking in and I saw a fellow Vietnam vet with his first cavalry hat on, so I went back out to my car and got my hat. And what my hat has on it is 100 combat missions flown over North Vietnam in A-4 aircraft. Why did I do that? For the Constitution, for for our rights and our freedoms. And I will read this. The First Amendment, they must have had some reason for making it the first. Maybe it's the most important. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom and the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. And looking out at this crowd, the standing room only, I think that's what's happening, and I would say the majority, everywhere I go, they don't want this TIF, so you need to listen. So, to go to the heart of creation, just because a Chicago consulting firm's opinion is that it's legal, doesn't mean the people want it. Also, as the trustees know, I was at the Joint Review Board also, there was government bodies representing all the taxing bodies affected by this TIF, and they did not vote to endorse this TIF. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen. And by the largest turnout I've ever seen in a public hearing, the people are speaking, the public does not want this TIF. Please listen to them and kill this TIF.
Numbers 25 to 30, Amy Maher, Mike Smith, Dale Peterson, Diane Slosser, Tom Slosser, and Lauren Duval. Please come up and line up if possible. Next up, Pat Gallagher.
Good evening. I'm Pat Gallagher, a Sugar Grove resident. I received my master's degree in American Legal History from the University of Chicago. My thesis, which was cited in the Texas Law Review last year, happens to concern legal interpretation methods, so I believe I'm fairly well suited to analyze the intent of the TIF Act. S.B. Friedman has determined TIF eligibility through a Byzantine loophole concerning surface water that contributes to watershed flooding. Given the dearth of empirical evidence, it's hard to determine whether the area in question qualifies. EEI's study does not provide any clear and convincing evidence that such flooding occurs. Interestingly, Friedman's report omits a key phrase in the statute, so that a municipality may reasonably find that the factor is clearly present within the intent of the act. So let's talk about the intent of the act. Intent can be a controversial topic. A rich debate continues today between living constitutionalists and originalists on the Supreme Court. For now, let's sidestep that debate and look back to some of the basic rules inherited from the English legal system that are typically applied to statutory construction. The plain meaning rule, which interprets statutes based on the ordinary meaning of their language, and the golden rule, which allows for a modification of the plain meaning rule to avoid an absurd result. If we refer to the beginning of the TIF Act, the goal is pretty clear: to promote and protect the health, safety, morals, and welfare of the public. Blighted conditions need to be eradicated. One would be extremely hard-pressed to argue that pristine farmland somehow endangers any of these. The beginning of the Act also specifies some of the problems TIFs seek to remedy, such as excessive and disproportionate expenditure of public funds, an abnormal exodus of families and businesses, and growths in delinquencies and crime. If anything, it actually seems like the TIF and the development will themselves lead to an excessive expenditure of public funds, increased crime, and force many families to leave due to diminishing property values, unsafe traffic, and deteriorated water quality. Let's return to the golden rule, which again basically states we should go with the clear and ordinary meaning of the statutory language unless it leads to an absurd result. An absurd result is exactly what's happening here. Through its abuse of the TIF Act, Friedman is effectively concluding that all Illinois farmland is blighted and thus eligible for a TIF. Indeed, it would be quite a challenge to find a large parcel of farmland that doesn't contribute some sort of runoff to its watershed. The onus is on Friedman to show that the supposed flooding is exceptional, not typical of farmland. As further proof of this abuse, consider that Friedman is using the exact same TIF qualifier no further away than Geneva, also on a large parcel of prime farmland. I find it impossible for a reasonable person to believe the intent of the legislature was to qualify effectively all farmland for a TIF. This misuse of the TIF Act to label productive farmland as blighted stretches the law beyond its intended scope and damages the integrity of our legislative framework. I urge you to demand a reevaluation of this TIF application to align with the clear and proper intent of the law, ensuring our community development efforts are truly beneficial and just. Thank you.
Amy Maher.
Hi, my name is Amy Maher. I'm a resident of Sugar Grove and a kindergarten teacher out in DeKalb. I drive through the warehouse district every day. If you want a glimpse into our future, go ahead and exit off Peace Road. I'm here to just kind of briefly touch on, which not many people have, how detrimental this TIF will be for the school district. It is the largest taxing body in this area, and if you have listened to or attended any of the school board meetings, you know that the school board does not want this. They are just too afraid to say so because of the backlash that they're going to receive from the village. If you want your schools to have safe tracks, updated learning materials, better quality of life for your students and your children in these buildings, that is not going to happen with this TIF. It is going to divert all that money away to literal billionaires that do not need it. Please think about the future of this town, the children that will be here when we are not anymore. Do better. Listen to what is being said. You need to do better research. You need to do better at listening. We do not want this TIF.
Mike Smith.
My name is Tom Slosser. I live in Elburn and Nottingham Woods. Here we have a major company asking for a TIF because the land is blighted, without which they cannot develop the land. Maybe Crown Development and SB Friedman do not have any eyes, but there are 3 developments across the street from this area that were all built without TIFs: Nottingham Woods, Red Oak, and Willow Creek subdivisions. Your goal of getting more tax money so you can reduce taxes is flawed. On one hand, you are willing to freeze the tax revenue for 23 to 47 years from the Crown parcels, while at the same time, you are bringing more residents to the area that require educational funding and other services, but with a zero tax base to support them. Who will pay for that? I think I know. You are willing to have property taxes raised for the next 23 to 47 years with the thought that 23 to 47 years from now, taxes can be reduced. I think I'll be dead. This is crazy and just runs absolutely counter to your goals. To the Sugar Grove trustees that must vote on this matter, I hope you see through this flawed proposal and vote no on the TIF. I ask that you use your eyes and look at Nottingham Woods, Red Oak, and the Willow Creek subdivisions, all built without TIFs. A TIF for Crown is just simply not required to develop this land.
Mike Smith.
This is Mike Smith. I'm a simple guy. I'm not all that complicated. I don't get usually involved in this kind of stuff. I live 2 houses off of 47 on Scott Road. In fact, I'm so simple, I wrote these notes a few minutes ago in this envelope I found in my wife's purse. If this TIF is created, most of us will not live long enough to receive 1 bit of benefit. However, our property values are going to go down where we live. Our taxes are going to go up where we live. What I can't figure out is that someone in Sugar Grove is potentially going to benefit from this, I guess, but none of the residents who own property here will ever benefit. Now, my question is to the board is who of you will benefit? And do you have the guts to tell us before you try to...
Dale Peterson.
43 acres. Only owns it, our family owns it.
Decorum, if you can't control yourself, we're going to ask you to leave.
My name is Dale Peterson. I live on Antica Road. I'm 80 years old. I've lived there 78 years. My question is for the gentleman that's paying no attention from the consulting firm over there. Sir, look at me. The engineering company that you hired.
Listen, if you're here for public comment, we're not here to address what I stated early on, that we're going to have decorum for our board and the other public body, as well as our consultant and staff. So if you have a public comment, I encourage you to make it. You don't need to dictate to somebody to look at you. You don't have to do that, sir.
Okay. Sir, the engineering company that you hired, yes, they studied surface water. Did they study the underground surface water that's rising in this area very drastically over the years, which will leave an unstable place to build this, where they want to build this TIF at and that? Has that been done or not? A study on the underground surface water. And if you want to know out more about it, Jody of Water Management knows all about it. Thank you.
Diane Slosser, Lauren Devar, Molly Reimer, Kevin Reimer, Bill Klitsch, Larry Good, if you could please start lining up. Next up, I have Diane Slosser. Okay. Lauren Devar. Sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
I had a speech written regarding being a parent of 2 kids at Keeneland Elementary School and how this is going to affect my kids' safety, but I guess I'm not allowed to speak to that. So what I am going to say is that there have been many reports in which TIFs have negatively impacted school districts. When a TIF is created, it limits the amount of EAV. And for those of you who don't know what EAV is, like me, it is called the Equalized Assessed Value, and that's of your property, and it's the product of the assessed value of your property. Okay, so when a TIF is created, it limits the amount of EAV available to the school district by freezing taxable EAV within the TIF at a fixed level over time, effectively making the available EAV lower than it otherwise would have been. This reduces local available resources for a school district and thus increases the general state aid entitlement to the school. If any of you all are current Keeneland parents, you know what deficits we have. I don't really think that I need to say it. I'll say it during public comment. I'm sure Sean knows as well, being the Dean of Harder, having left KBK. That's all I have to say.
Molly Reimer.
Hi, I'm Molly Reimer. I live in Blackberry Township. I've been there since 2016, and I've been following this for a hot minute.
1 second, Molly. Can you reset the clock, please?
Yes, sorry.
Thanks. Go ahead, Molly, I apologize.
Okay, I'm not going to start over. You heard me. I'm going to try not to repeat what's already been said, but kind of wanted to go over what I had prepared. If you look at the maps of the 88 region from Sugar Grove all the way to Hillside, you'll notice that the Crown land represents the largest undeveloped mass of real estate along that corridor. If you contact the municipalities along 88, like someone did, it reveals they have little to no available land in those corridors and do not have TIF districts for new developments in these areas. Simple economics of supply and demand highlight the desirability of this land for development, making it prime real estate, which we know it is. For nearly 20 years, Crown Community Development has enjoyed the benefits of paying the lowest property taxes by classifying most of their land as farmland. According to reports and studies, this land has consistently been designated as farmland. However, in this TIF eligibility study, Crown's land is mentioned 33 times as vacant land rather than farmland. This has been done to simplify the TIF eligibility to meet just one factor to qualify as blight. I know a lot of you have come to these meetings. We've said a lot of these things before. I just want to leave with, I hope you're listening. People have showed up in droves because they're concerned. They don't want this. They care about their community. That's why we're here. Thank you.
Kevin Reimer? Kevin Reimer?
Hi, I'm Kevin Reimer. All my talking points have been taken tonight, which is great. The only thing I have left to say is if somebody's going to recommend you proceed with a $350 million TIF, I would say vote no, based on the fact that their presentation was in draft mode. Thank you.
Bill Klitsch?
As a concerned resident of this village since 2008, I spent time listening to many of the village board meetings over the last few months, and most comments and signs I see around the village are against this TIF. As Abraham Lincoln once said, "We are a government of the people, by the people, for the people." Yet these meetings continue. Among all public comments I listened to, the one that hit home the most was Sugar Grove requires anyone that wants to build a new home in my subdivision pay an impact fee of greater than $10,000 to get a permit. Yet this board is contemplating giving $110 million just for preparation of the site to a family whose net worth is greater than $10 billion. This entire $300+ million TIF eligibility argument hinges on a drainage study commissioned by Crown and performed by EEI. That study contains less than 500 words. Given EEI's ties to trustee Shawn Michaels and involvement in the Mallard Point subdivision drainage issues of the past, this appears to be a conflict of interest. The EEI report claims that 88% of the land is subject to chronic flooding, but back in October of 2022, SEMCON of Aurora also produced a drainage study that concluded that only 6.8% was. Surprisingly, for a village that promotes their transparency, at the May 2024 Joint Review Board meeting, no one from EEI or SEMCON was there to answer questions about their studies. The 3-3 tie result at that meeting, which sets up an easier path to passage by our board, was decided by Susan Smith, appointed as a community representative by President Conan. Throughout the entire public comment period of the JRB meeting, every community person who spoke voiced their opposition to the approval of this TIF district, yet Ms. Smith voted yes. So which community was Ms. Smith representing with her yes vote? I was curious if TIFs even work, so I did some research. According to a 2018 study by David Merriman of the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy, of the top 10 largest cities in America, Chicago had the most TIFs of the other 9 combined. According to the most recent report for fiscal 2024, Chicago's budget is expected to be $538 million short. So one could conclude that TIFs are not producing the revenue windfalls used as a basis for their creation. On the contrary, I assume Crown's business has been and is very profitable. Please vote no.
Next group, Larry Good, Lou Lendl, Dan Randall, Bob Ramondi, and Marie Johnson. If you could all start lining up, please. Larry Good, you're up next. I'm sorry.
It's her husband. Who's that?
Larry Good, you're up next.
Is Larry Good here?
Going once, going twice. All right, up next, Lou Lendy. I apologize for the mispronunciation.
All right, I'm Lou Lendy. I should probably throw out a couple disclaimers first. One is that while I am the other half of Trustee Lendy's household, my opinions are my own, and they are not Trustee Lendy's. I'm also the president of the Windsor Point Homeowners Association, but I'm not speaking in that capacity. My opinions are my own. Also, I have no issues with TIFs in general. I have no issues with anything I've heard so far about the development, and I have no issues with the Crown family or their business. I went to IIT. I had the privilege of graduating with the first recipient of the Crown Scholarship, which is a very generous scholarship they have given every year since then. That said, off topic. That said, I don't think a TIF is warranted in this case. First off, I don't think a TIF is needed for the but-for clause. As others have pointed out, this is prime real estate. This is a four-way interchange with an interstate. The next interchange west is 20 miles away at Peace Road, and there's literally nothing there. You have to go even farther than that to even hit a gas station. So the idea that you couldn't not make this property profitable. I mean, it's really prime real estate. But also the idea that the lands around are blighted. Perhaps the area right around Blackberry Creek floods, I don't know, in that area, but I could see that being blighted. It seems like one of the studies said so. But I can tell you that Windsor Point is right along Blackberry Creek. I've been there for 21 years. I know that the development was made without a TIF. I don't think any of our properties, some of which are, less than 100 yards away from Blackberry Creek, I don't think we have anything blighted there. So I just don't think it fits. I don't think a TIF is warranted in this case. Thank you.
Dan Randall? Hi, I'm Dan Randall. I've needed to redact my plan here for tonight based on guidelines. The Illinois City County Management Association, ILCMA, in 2016 put out a good deal, bad deal presentation based on creating TIFs and developments like this. Couple of thoughts on that. Providing a good deal for them is to provide resources and strategies enlisting the support of elected officials, residents, business community for public participation, even when those resources and strategies are diametrically opposed to a TIF and the will of the people. So what will a TIF create? Well, they're going to create some great $13 an hour jobs, it looks like, and I'm not sure that that's what Sugar Grove wants. I don't think those people live in Sugar Grove. I think they come in from elsewhere. They suggested to create a TIF to change the environment of a community. This is a community I moved to 10 years ago because it was exactly what it is, a quiet, peaceful, rural farming community. Animals, nature, all around me. It's a peaceful place to raise a family, one that encourages truck traffic, corresponding air and noise pollution, eliminate any view of the night sky from the innumerable bright lights that will illuminate the sky, is not worth the TIF. The but if of TIFs. We know that Crown is a privately held, family-owned company worth nearly $15 billion. That's B with a billion. But yet they're asking us for $350 million to create...
Mr. Randall, it's off topic, I'm sorry.
It's creating the TIF. It's creating the TIF.
You can make those comments at the end of the meeting.
As I go on. So what should the village of Sugar Grove do? What should the people do? Is this a good deal? No, everything I've just said is a bad deal for us, for the people. Changing the community through the creation of TIFs to double the size of the town with all the residential houses as well. Have you read the statistics that were posted recently in the newspaper? 15 communities, small towns and cities in Illinois over the last 4 years have grown. And what did they have in common? No TIFs, no warehousing. 9% increase of 48% last year found that most of Americans, 48%, almost half, want to live in a rural community. They don't want to live in a warehouse community. I insist you go to a referendum to the people. Let the people vote.
Marie Johnson?
I've lived in Sugar Grove since 1987. I had 2 kids go through Cameron. My biggest concern is, I believe, Perry and Jaden both covered the issues about did this really qualify as blight, as was discussed at the JRB. And Mark Armstrong made a very valid point regarding the fact that it does not qualify as blight. It has been farmed commercially, all of those things. The biggest thing is, I believe this whole process is backwards, premature, cart before the horse, whatever you want to call it. There's no annexation agreement, there's no real development plan, there's just a nebulous concept marketing plan, and I believe that's what, if you had details, maybe more things would be palatable to people. There are no details, there is no zoning. Last time when all this went on, it wasn't even about the TIF at the time, it was about the zoning change. We don't even know what the zoning is going to be. So I believe that in order to do things properly, you can't vote for this TIF until you have all your ducks in a row. And that means get all your details in an annexation agreement. And as our previous village attorney had stressed, the devil is in the details, and it's always in the annexation agreement.
If Gary Swick, Lisa Newman, Carrie Guerra, and David Seeley could come up in line, please. And Bob, you're up next. Thank you.
I'm Bob Ramondi. All my stuff was pretty much covered, other than the stuff I'll have to do on the public speaking after the fact. But I want to bounce back to Rod Feast with Blackberry Township and the roads, and the fact that this is, the TIF will not give us the additional monies that are going to be required for the road work we're going to be requiring and the maintenance to that. And the additional, again, somebody else had mentioned groundwater issues. I own 2 properties in Blackberry Township. One of them is right on Route 47, right near the new stoplight. And at this point, when they did that work down there with the hammering of piles, they disturbed the groundwater so bad that my rental house down there, we have to change the whole house filter every 3 weeks because it irons up. And that's, the state did that to me. The additional trucks that we're going to be dealing with, I won't go through that too much, but this is part of Rod's thing. He opened the door for it. Right now, I was supposed to be doing a video over type thing, but you guys wouldn't allow it. I'll talk to that later. But I have all the drawings from when they did the intersection at Route 47 in Maine. It was all done by the state, and with the projected traffic and everything else, the quantity of trucks, and we are already to the point now where the traffic on a literal daily basis will back up from the intersection all the way up to Willow Creek, multiple times a day. I'll go into all the rest of it on public comment, but again, this TIF will not make any of this any better. It is going to compound whatever they're looking to do, and especially during the 2-year build-out that it's going to take them to grade it and do all the rest of the work, we will be up to our eyeballs in trucks.
Thank you.
Gary Swick.
Hello, I represent the Friends of the Fox River, who is a unified voice for the entire watershed. That's a 200-mile-long jurisdiction that spans 2 states, 15 counties, and over 100 municipalities. The Friends are an advocacy organization that protects the Fox River and over 30 sub-watersheds that impact its quality. Blackberry Creek is one of those watersheds, and I'm here tonight to represent Blackberry Creek. Thank you for your service to your community as a representative and a leader. This community and the entire Fox River watershed community are asking you to pause on the proposed development and consider very carefully the decisions that will permanently impact many generations ahead. In 1996, flooding and associated damage prompted the formation of the Blackberry Creek Watershed Resource Planning Committee. This committee, with the assistance of numerous municipal, county, regional, state, and federal agencies, as well as private consultants, developed the Blackberry Creek Alternative Futures Plan. This plan was completed in 1999 and adopted by Kane and Kendall counties and most of the municipalities, including Sugar Grove. The purpose of this project was to identify alternative visions for the future of the watershed and to evaluate their implications. Armed with this information, the municipalities and counties can make informed decisions related to the site design practices and future land uses. I sent you a copy of the plan for you to review. In 2010, over 90 stakeholders representing Blackberry Creek's residents, municipal governments, organizations, businesses, Kane and Kendall counties, and other agencies convened to develop the Blackberry Creek Watershed Plan. The plan focuses on specific land use actions that can be taken by local units of government to protect the watershed's water quality. I also sent you this plan as a guiding document for your leadership. Please consider and adopt the principles in this plan. Prior to 1970, the threats to our watershed were industrial discharges and municipal sewage. Permitting improved that. In the following decades, we've realized urbanization and sprawl has made it out this far. Those bring new challenges, but good planning can prevent some of the impacts. That was the purpose for 20 years of developing those documents for your use. The current threat comes from extensive additions of impervious surfaces from very large buildings. Now is the time to address these threats. We will not be able to prevent private enterprises from acquiring land, but we can control their impacts, through ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Swett.
Thank you very much.
Lisa Newman?
My name is Lisa Newman. I live in Blackberry Township. You heard several very articulate comments about the statutory definition of blight and why this land does not meet that statutory definition. We also heard from your consultants about why they determined it did. That's not surprising. That's what consultants do. And statutes are out there to be interpreted. But everything else having been covered, I'm going to say that those comments about the statute and about the definition of blight and your consultants' opposite views lead to the conclusion that any decision you make is going to be subject to litigation, which is going to further burden your constituents with legal fees associated with that litigation. So I urge you to consider that when you are considering this TIF. And it will also burden all of us who will have to find our legal representation to oppose the TIF. So I urge you to vote no and to think about your constituents. Thank you.
If Tommy Thompson and Charity Assel could join the line as well. Carrie Guerra, you're up next. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Guerra. I have lived in the area for 28 years, and I am also a business owner. If I was really smart, I would have gotten a copy of Mr. Elliott or Jaden's speeches and just read that here, because obviously they know what they're doing. But I did not do that. I'm just a person that has lived here, and I have loved this community. I've paid taxes, I've supported the schools, I've supported the libraries, and I've supported the community, quite frankly, because I've loved this area. And now I can't wait to get out of it. I can't wait to get out of it because of what is happening around us. I can't wait to get out of here because of what's happening to my farmland around me. Quite frankly, I have owned a business for 23 years, and I haven't raised my prices for over 8 years. Why? Because I love my community and I love the community that I live in.
It's off topic.
Of course I am, because I'm always off topic. But I feel that the billion-dollar companies that are trying to come in here, if the companies or the businesses that are here aren't raising their taxes because we're supporting the community, then why aren't they expected to support our community? I have worked for this community. Why shouldn't they? They don't live in this community. They don't work for our community. I have major concerns also that the people that we have put our trust in and have voted for are conducting a meeting that has all these business topics, and this meeting literally prior to our discussions took 15 minutes. And you guys went through a whole bunch of things.
Again, you're off topic.
Of course I'm off topic.
We're talking about TIF creation. You can certainly talk about that, Carrie, at the end of the meeting under public comment.
Okay, public topics. So I'll be the first in line to talk about public topics, because I also think that
that if you guys are talking about TIFs, the people that are voting about this TIF should not have any kind of interest in the TIF. So the people that are voting for this shouldn't have any kind of economic... We're still off topic. I know, I'm off topic because that's your part of this. Because it's... So, the discussions have been about blight, and that's all we can talk about. We can't talk about the payoffs that people are getting, or the money people are earning from this, or the detriment to the roads that our children will be traveling, or the noise that the semis will be causing.
Thank you, Carrie.
When can we talk about this? When can we talk about it?
Thank you.
I'm asking a question. When
We don't answer questions, but thank you for your public comment.
I asked a question, and I'd like an answer to that.
You're not going to get one, but your public comment is over. Okay.
Anyone know when I can talk about any of that? Nobody knows. No one knows because we can't get answers from the trustees that we have voted in.
Decorum, I need you to leave the podium. Your 3 minutes are up.
All right.
Next public comment.
David Seeley?
I'll be first in line for public comments.
David Seeley, Sugar Grove. Most of my comments or concerns have already been voiced. What strikes me, though, is there's two issues. One is the need for the TIF to begin with. Two is the eligibility for TIF. The land is commercially farmed, doesn't seem to be blighted economically in that farm. In terms of the justification for eligibility, it seems like it's focused on the flooding aspect, yet no specifics have been given about where it floods due to the cause of this development area. If the TIF is granted, there's no discussion about what flooding will be corrected by that TIF. So that doesn't seem, the documentation seems to be insufficient to justify the TIF, even if you wanted to under the flooding statement. In terms of the eligibility or the need for the TIF, I haven't seen any detailed analysis to justify why Sugar Grove should grant the TIF, even if it was eligible, if you wanted to become eligible. 23 years is a long time. I believe roughly 23 years ago, we didn't have a jewel in the town. We just recently got full interchange at Route 4788. That land has become more and more valuable. Why would we grant the TIF when the land only becomes more and more valuable over time? So those are my concerns. Based upon the information presented so far, I'm firmly against the TIF, and I would urge you to vote no.
Tommy Thompson?
Hello there. My name's Tommy Thompson. Everything else has been said pretty much that I was going to speak about. But first off, totally against this TIF. It'd be bad for the taxing bodies. I actually left Cook County, then DuPage County to come out here to Sugar Grove to have kind of a rural environment, which this TIF is going to start to erode slowly. And everything else I was going to say has kind of been covered. So, but maybe I was going to sing a Korean song, but I don't even know Korean, so I can't sing a Korean song. So, but this will, I promise this will come around if you give me a chance. Regarding the farmland that he spoke about, where it gets chopped up and then into smaller parcels, I promise this is going to fit into the TIF creation. If you stick with me on this one. If you got a New York style pizza and you cut it up into stupid triangles, you take another pizza and you cut it up in squares like we do here. At the end, you still have a pizza. No matter how you cut up this farmland, it's still going to be farmland, whether it's a big farm or you cut it up in little pizza pieces. It's still going to be a farm. So that's probably something Stateville and what you got to deal with to change these stupid TIF laws in the first place. So a lot of it is, this is good to get the grassroots down here, but it needs to move up to Springfield, or actually down to Springfield. We need to get a hold of our representatives and our senators to change junk like this so it doesn't happen in the future. You know, whatever happens here happens, we know that, but we need to talk to our representatives on the state level to get these stupid laws reeled in a little bit, let them know it's all out of control. So that's really all I have to say. We just need to get more involved with the Springfield level also. Thank you.
Charity?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. A lot has been said today about the blight. My name's Charity Ossel. I live in Sugar Grove and Whinstone and have grown up in this community my entire life. Turned 50 yesterday. And am grateful for the farms that built this community. My family has been farming my whole life, and I think we all know, and it's been plainly stated despite Jeff's report, that there is crops growing in that land. So we've talked a lot about legalities and what's on the table to define if a TIF is legal or appropriate or not. And I really agree with the idea that tonight you have seen as a village board the idea that just because we can doesn't mean we should. And I want to consider what a community is, and that's why all these people have come out, and I can't imagine that's going to lessen, and to implore each of you to think, where is the mutual benefit? In business, some of which I learned from Sean because I took his economics class at Wabansie a long time ago, that we are looking for mutual benefit in a community. At this point, I have not heard, and I guarantee all of these people with their shirts or their cards do not see any benefit. And then you've also heard the economics of why this land is valuable. Why do we have to pay them to develop when everything you talked about at the beginning of this meeting tonight talked about finances where we needed a village deputy to deal with freedom of information like we do to the TIF. And if that dries up, we might not need that anymore because they don't need to discover. After all is said and done, truly, it does benefit someone, and there is going to be suspicion about who this benefits, but at this point, I don't think any of us here think it's us. And that's just the key takeaway. I implore you to vote no. Thank you very much.
That's all we have on our list. If there's anybody else who would like to make a public comment that was not, that did not sign up at the start of the meeting, please feel free to step to the podium and just state your name for the record, and we will give you 3 minutes. This is still public hearing for TIF creation, so this is the same public hearing.
My name is Sheila Albano. I am a lifetime resident of Elburn. I am a member of the Conley family who used to bring their ambulances down throughout entire Sugar Grove to bring ambulance service to everyone down here before it was put into Elburn's Countryside Fire Protection District. It's amazing to me in all of the things tonight. I wasn't going to speak, but many of you have spoken about the safety and the health and the welfare of your Sugar Grove residents. Your fire district is currently just trying not to be bankrupt, and that is because of the 2 TIFs that you already have. If you put this TIF in, not only are you forcing everyone to the north who is in Elburn's fire district to have to take care of your development and your TIF, but you are further decimating your own fire department. When we get a mutual aid call for, say, a house fire, the current system sends out a setup level of what every department in the area will bring to Sugar Grove to fight that house fire. But if you have someone who's having a heart attack or drowning or a seizure or an accident that is off on the side of a road somewhere by any of your trucks that you want to bring in, Elburn does not have to come. They can tell the dispatchers they will not be there. And you will all have to wait until your own department can find the capacity to get there for you. And if you don't think that's true, you can go to Fox River Grove and see how well they've done when they removed themselves from St. Charles on the creation of Campton Hills. My grandfather and my father and my brother, I have 4 generations of firemen, my family. So to stand up here and tell you that I will work to make sure that Auburn and my taxes do not come to take care of you when you are in your dire need is absolutely against everything I was ever raised to do. But I am not going to be paying extra taxes into my district so that you can have Swan Lake 5 miles out of your downtown. There are several of you who know better. Do not allow this to happen.
Any additional public comments at this time? Are there any additional members of the audience that would like to speak that were not on the list? Going once? Going twice? 3 times we will officially close the public hearing on the TIF district.
8:15 PM.
Up next on the agenda, just ask the board, does anybody need a break before we continue? Do we want to take a small recess? We're going to take a 10-minute recess, let the board use the restroom, let you all stretch your legs, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. The village board is back. I have 8:35 for the record. Tracy, can you do roll call, please?
President Conan?
Here.
Trustee Michaels? Here. Trustee White? Here. Trustee Lundy.
Here.
Trustee Heron?
Here.
Trustee Bonnie?
Here.
Trustee Shomas?
Here.
Thank you. We still have a quorum of the village board. Everyone is back and accounted for. Up next, we're going to have discussion of the I-88 Illinois 47 TIF redevelopment project area and plan. The village board has heard from our consultant for, I believe, the second time, as we did have Jeff in front of us. Golly, it seems like months ago, maybe right before the plan was put on file in November, if that seems accurate. The purpose of this discussion, there might be further questions that you have based on tonight's public comments, and if you do have those questions, hopefully we can raise them here. Staff, I know, has been taking notes throughout the meeting to provide you information on some public comments that were made. So now is the opportunity to ask our questions of our consultants. Just so you all know or may not know, Kathy Field-Orr is our TIF attorney. She is our consultant. We have our in-house, our normal, Laura Julian is our everyday attorney, but Kathy is specialized in TIF. So if you have questions specifically for Kathy, she is here to assist as well. So I'll open it up to the village board for discussion.
This is for Kathy Orr. It was a non-recommendation at the Joint Review Board, and I think it came out that no recommendation requires just a simple majority of the board. Could we get an opinion letter on that? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time?
Question as well. There's comments from the floor regarding whether or not the active commercial farming that is going on in that property, what sort of consideration is that taken into account with respect to the decision?
I had asked the question about the commercial farming, the active commercial farming on the property, please.
Good.
Yes, the expectation is, the TIF Act goes on to explain that land that has been subdivided, even if it is being farmed, is deemed to be vacant land, and therefore it can be included in a TIF, so it seems a little straight. Your eyes tell you one thing, but the law tells you another, if I can be a little bit casual about it.
Okay. Kathy, did you have anything to add to that?
Yes, yes, it's commercially farmed. The reason the TIF Act states that and gives you the option is that there's no intention that farming would be discouraged. And so the fact that you have an area of land that is prime for development or can be developed. In the interim, it should be farmed. Everyone agrees with that, and that's why the TIF Act says commercial farming unless you've subdivided. In other words, commercial farming that has a future plan for development. So as cruel as it sounds, there's a real concrete reason to encourage farming until development is ready.
Thank you.
Jeff, I have a question regarding a comment that was made at the JRB regarding the flooding and whether it matters. Just for a clarification point for the village board, because they were not at the JRB meeting, my recollection of that comment was that the state statute, I'm just looking for you to correct me if I'm wrong, but the state statute itself does not dictate at what percentage or a study be done beyond the study that was included to dictate the percentage and whether that percentage by itself creates that chronic flooding. It was my understanding that your comment was made basically in response to that wasn't relevant because the statute does not dictate that. I don't know if you can speak to that for the board.
Yeah, I think my choice of words wasn't great, Mayor, just to be clear, it was a little bit casual, so I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. What I meant to say was, number one, in our view, 88%, if runoff from 88% of the study area contributes to flooding in the watershed, that meets the meaningfully present and reasonably distributed standard that is in the TIF Act. I think the question that folks were asking me was about volumes of water and these are, I'm sure, legitimate questions in the world of hydrology and things like that, but I don't think it's particularly germane in the TIF context. The question is really, does the runoff contribute? It doesn't say to some specific extent, I guess, to the way you're describing it. Is it 2% of the total flooding problem? Is it 92% of the flooding problem? That's not in the Act. So I guess, I don't know if that's helpful clarification, but the area largely contributes, the runoff largely contributes to flooding. We believe that's meaningfully present and reasonably distributed. Therefore, we believe it satisfies the test.
Thank you.
I had a question. In regards to the 88% of the property? From my numbers, it appears that the entire Crown property, minus only the IDOT exchange portion, which when they did that, they were required to do water runoff mitigation. So if it wasn't for that, it would be the entire Crown property, you would say, contributes to flooding, or is uphill or whatever.
I don't believe the memo says that, but that's the inference I drew as well. When I read it, I assumed that that's exactly what happened, that IDOT did a good job of managing runoff, and farms don't have to do that, basically, and therefore, that's right.
Why is this titled redevelopment project area? Why is there's no development currently?
Yeah, it's just the words in the TIF Act. That's a defined term when people call things TIF districts and TIF boundaries, but the technical term for the shape of the thing in the plan that we drew is the redevelopment project area. So when the ordinances come to the board for consideration, there'll be three. The way this is, and Kathy can do this better than I can, but I'll do it first try. There are three ordinances that will come before you to create a TIF district. The first one is any board would have to accept the eligibility study and plan. Then the village board or the municipality creates the RPA, the redevelopment project area, and then you direct the county to essentially begin diverting taxes insofar as taxes go up. So it's really just, and I don't know why that, Kathy probably knows why that's the way people make TIFs legally, but that's mechanically how it happens.
The rationale, again, was that before you adopt or designate an area as a redevelopment project area, you have to have a plan for what you're going to do with it, and you have to determine its eligibility. So that just by the logic of it, you would first have a plan, then because you have a plan and eligibility, ordinance number 2 is you designate the area. You designate the area, ordinance number 3 is a direction to the county to calculate the taxes in accordance with, to calculate the allocation of the taxes in accordance with the TIF Act. So it makes a lot of sense.
if we called this a development project area, it would not qualify because it doesn't have the term redevelopment to meet the ordinance or the state?
The first ordinance is the approval of the redevelopment plan and the findings that this is necessary in order to spur development in a given area.
Well, I think your question makes sense. I mean, we understand what you're saying. We just, when we do this kind of work, we hew as closely as we can to the statute, and it calls it a redevelopment project area. I appreciate in this case, at least today, it's a development project area, but the words in the law aren't that, so we just have to follow the law.
Can you speak to the rectifying of the blight? So the blight is the chronic flooding, and what the developer would have to do to make that clarification and rectify that issue?
Sure, I guess step one is all this planning process. So to stop short of the developer, if you don't mind, Mary, and just talk about what is required in the plan.
Yes.
The plan requires that if you make a finding based on the runoff or the flooding factor, you must include in the plan, and again, in the goals and objectives, there is an intention to work to remedy that. I'm sure there are other regulations that are more useful, to be frank about it, in terms of village code, county codes about stormwater management. So when you get into the engineering of it, the TIF law doesn't really help. It just says you have to do something to fix it. The particulars, which I know people are worried about, come from other places, I guess, from your code, and again, I don't know the rules about flooding management in the village, but, so you have to plan to do it, and then in the regulatory framework outside of TIF, you actually have to do it, so that'll become when the details get worked out about how you do it, detention ponds, whatever, all the things, engineering that needs to happen to make sure the runoff problem is remedied, actually.
Okay. Can you address the but-for? So, public comment this evening definitely spoke to the wealth of a family and the ability to have money regardless of the but-for. So can you speak to what the but-for means? And I know that you've done some financial analysis on this project area and clarify to the board what that really means.
Sure. So I guess part one of the question is about what is the relevance of the financial capacity of the developer. The standard in the but-for is, could the project attract investment? So that is usually debt and equity that can achieve adequate returns. So lenders need, if you're going to anybody's going to buy a house, you have to have adequate debt and equity. There's no returns calculation because you're just going to live there, but you have to attract the lender. They have to say, I'm going to make enough money, either from my job, to make sure I can make those payments. And so the standard we analyze any particular real estate project, it's good to know that you have developers with money because they can provide the equity necessary. And in this case, they can be the capital source conceptually to as someone said, I think, be the lender on the public improvements, essentially. They are and getting paid back over time with the increment. So it is a relevant fact, but the returns calculation is at the deal level. So you look at what does it cost to build it, how much money are you going to get from selling or leasing, and is that adequate to attract capital, debt or equity? And the analysis we've done of the financials is that the returns are very bad. We appreciate that the site, there was a very, very large upfront cost to make this project go, and when you put a lot of money in early, most of which doesn't generate any revenue directly, infrastructure doesn't result in revenue, and the revenue comes over time. That's a structural challenge in a lot of these environments, and so that drags your returns down to the point where without public assistance, you couldn't do it. You couldn't attract the debt and equity to make the further investment. I appreciate long-term holders of land, it's a relevant fact, but the real focus is on new money, debt and equity to make this project go forward, and the returns just aren't there, I guess, without the assistance.
Thank you, Jeff.
Why is the school tuition payments and library reimbursement and then the 10% that's going to be paid back to the village, why is that factored in? Those are typically expenses that are paid by the end user, a taxpayer, and not the developer up front.
Sure, so I guess for maybe the good of everybody, the state law, TIF Act requires if there are school-aged children living in TIF-supported housing, which I think in our view and in Kathy's view, by funding the infrastructure, if that were to go forward, essentially any housing built here, I think, would be TIF-supported housing in our mind. And so then, if that is true, and school-aged children move in, there's a calculation. The TIF Act is worried about schools too, I guess, and the state legislature is worried about schools and library districts in particular, because they appreciate the impact that missing out on increment when you have kids to educate would mean to them. And so the village will be required, before they can make any payments to anybody else, to make all those payments to the schools. So the schools will have to ask and say, we have so many kids living in the TIF area, we want you to pay us the tuition as required under the Act. The village will take that money out of any increment that comes in that year, and they'll make those payments, and then whatever's left becomes available for other purposes, be they developer payments, village use, the 10% that you're referencing is a, but the schools and the library come first, I guess, in the eyes of the TIF law. So but it is a function of reality. Our projections that we've prepared assume that the statutory maximum is hit. That's a conservative approach, but we think it's reasonable. I mean, we don't know how many kids are going to come, so we've essentially assumed the maximum payments will be required to be made to the schools, and so that those funds, we assume they won't be available for anything else.
The maximum would be 40% of the increment. If you have generate a lot of children from a subdivision, the law mandates 40% of the increment generated from that subdivision goes to the schools. So we've got what we hope to be sufficient protection for the schools should there be any costs incurred by them by increasing their population. It's also my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that our district is losing children, and that's a negative in terms of state funding and growth and curriculum and a healthy environment. So that the TIF Act, I think, in this instance, could be very beneficial, I hope, in any case, with regard to any residential development.
If I'm understanding your point correctly, is a residential boost in this area located in a TIF district is not going to necessarily force the hand of the school to build a new school. Because we have, I believe the number is roughly 70%. They're at 70% capacity, 30% vacancy. And therefore, there's room within the district.
Absolutely. And so if there is an increase in students as a direct result of subdivisions that are, in fact, a part of this and subsidized by a TIF, 40% of that increment, as much as 40% of that increment, will go off the top to the schools.
Yeah, I guess, Mayor, I think we're talking about, and I appreciate this is helpful, we're talking about two different issues. There's the operating costs and the capital costs. And I think your point goes to if there is physical capacity in the schools, and there is, it sounds like more kids can come and it doesn't trigger a capital problem, basically. I think should that happen, the village board has the option to participate and help, I guess, just if we get down that road. Again, there's projections and there's reality, and reality is reality. We have to serve people. But the operating side is solved, hopefully with the tuition payments. The capital side is solved either by capacity, and ultimately there is power in the Act for the village to contribute to that.
To that point, so I appreciate you saying that, and it doesn't have to be within the TIF district. If this triggers a problem for the school district and they wanted to locate a new school outside of the TIF district, that would still be an eligible cost associated with the TIF district because it triggered the problem.
Right. The TIF district has, in fact, the project that generates the children. So no matter where they go to school, no matter what district. Similarly, with any other taxing district, in the event there is a project in the TIF that creates a capital required expenditure, the TIF is allowed to pay to that taxing district. Best example is fire protection districts. If this is totally developed and the fire protection district is affected because of the projects that have in fact occurred within the TIF, there is those projects, or depending on how much increment is, are eligible for TIF assistance. So it isn't as generally believed. The TIF Act does try to work with not only development in the municipality, who also, the municipality puts in any share of its taxes, and it has to provide services, police services, and other management services. So there is, I think, a touch more of equity in the operation of the TIF Act than is generally known.
I just want to make sure I understand what you were just saying. So we have, as a board, we have given money back to the county, TIF money that we have from other TIFs, and had that redistributed.
Correct.
If, to the extent that a project within that TIF had a disparate impact on one of those, one of our partners, I would say, we would be able to do something separately with that?
If that impact is a direct result of a project in the TIF, yes.
Thank you.
I guess I'm still not following this. The developer has infrastructure costs. The school tuition payments, the library reimbursement, those are expenses based on the end user population. So how can those expenses be used against the TIF? It seems like it's affecting the TIF, yet it should be the property owners, the third party that's buying the developed property, that should be paying those tuitions and those reimbursements.
Right, so I guess if somebody's going to buy a house, they're going to pay a tax bill. In this case, the base value from a TIF perspective is very low because it's unimproved land, basically. So most of their taxes will be incremental property taxes, whatever the taxes are on a house. That money goes from your checkbook to the county. At that point, the county then splits it. The money on the base, the farm value, the rural value, keeps going to the taxing bodies as normal, but it's basically de minimis, really, from a fiscal point of view. The rest of it goes back to the village and the TIF fund. So now we've got most of somebody's property tax bill sitting in the TIF fund. It's a simplified world. It's one house TIF. There's one school-age child in that TIF. The school district says to the village, "Dear village, here's a letter. We have one school-age kid living in this house. Please pay us $14,342.75 because that was the tuition of our school district last year." Again, in that case, the math probably isn't, it depends how, the tax bill might not be enough, the 40% limit might kick in, but basically the village has to pay up to the 40% cap in that moment almost. Your tax bills are paid in the spring and the fall. I think the payments would go in the winter, so like kid enrolls in school in September, I think the tuition payment goes from the TIF fund to the school district in January, maybe, and the TIF fund is just lower, and that's the source of funds to reimburse a developer. It's just the net number, basically, is what you actually have to spend on other stuff. It's like they get the first bite of the apple, if that makes sense.
But then isn't that a detriment to the school district and the library and all the other taxing bodies because they're not receiving increment on every house? They're just receiving the tuition for that student. So if there's a house with no students, they're not paying anything to the school district, and therefore the school district is missing out on that tuition payment or the real estate taxes that would go to the school district.
That's correct. So the basic premise is that's where the but-for kicks in. I mean, from an operating expense perspective, if there's no school kids, there's no costs to the schools. So I think generally they're most worried about 100 new kids showing up in a subdivision. And what do? Is there room in the building? Do we have to hire new teachers? Operating or capital costs associated with it. And the tuition payments are designed to help solve the operating problem. As I said, the capital problem is solved separately. So but that's the theory. Is again, the math is particular, and it doesn't always settle every dollar up and down. It depends on a lot of different things: the size of the tax bill, the number of kids, all those sorts of things. I guess the other point in the world of finance is taxing bodies get their levy. So if they're tax limited, PTEL is in effect, there's a limit on how much revenue you can raise as you guys, and so, or any taxing body, and so they can't really generate more revenue regardless of TIF because of PTEL, which, whatever, I'm not even editorializing whether that's good or bad, but that's true. And so if you need more money to run a school district or any taxing body next year, there's a limit to that. And if you believe that these buildings won't go up without TIF, you're not missing out on anything. I appreciate that there's some questions about that. People are asking that question. I don't have any questions about that. I believe you're not going to get any of this development without TIF, and therefore, they're not missing out on anything, particularly if you can make the tuition payments to try to backfill, because the tuition payments are over and above the levy that's capped, so it's actually more money, I guess, to a certain extent, because they get their full levy plus tuition payments outside of the tax cap, if you follow me on that.
But, looking at our neighborhood, let's say there's 100 homes in a development, there's probably 0.7 students per house, so you're getting roughly 70 students. So you have to do the math. If it's 70 students at $14,000 for tuition, and let's say the average house in this development sells for $500,000, and they're going to be paying roughly $15,000 or who knows, $15,000 to $20,000 in taxes, 70% goes to it. So the school district could be missing out on all that extra revenue if the, depending on the sales prices of the homes and how that all works out.
The math does matter. It's true. You're right. The particulars matter. Absolutely.
I guess I'm confused with the two TIF districts we have. We have two TIF districts, and the same principles hold true whether you produce a child, in this case, because there's projected residential, that the TIF, per state statute, is paying the tuition of that child, versus the two TIF districts we have, you're still preventing that increment, that increased increment from flowing through to the taxing bodies, so to spur economic development. So I don't see the difference just because some have, and I'm trying to understand what your point is, some have houses, those homes that produce children are going to get paid for through the TIF. So there's still, and to Jeff's point, it's additional income. And we have proven over the last 4 years that we are surplusing funds back to the taxing bodies, which is additional money above and beyond their increment, or whatever if their tax cap, it's beyond that money. So it's additional money. So I guess I'm still confused as to the difference, and if somebody else sees it, please let me know.
There's a service, if there's residential, a TIF on residential, there's services that have to be provided. Maybe the school district's being compensated, but the other taxing bodies are not being compensated. The fire districts, the Wabansie, the township, the residential is a burden on those taxing bodies, where the commercial is not near the burden that it is on the taxing bodies. I think that's the difference.
I don't know, I saw something that Chief Moran put out on the calls that they have at commercial, industrial, and residential, and they have calls at all of those businesses. So I guess my point would be to you is it's not just a residential burden that causes that problem, it's development in general within the TIF district, and not having that increment flow through. If that's the argument, it works the same whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial. It's still preventing the EAV from hitting them today instead of 23 years.
Go ahead. This is all just kind of ignoring the whole but-for test that we have. If it passes the but-for test...
Jamie, just come a little closer.
So if it passes the but-for test, then we're assuming that there would be no money generated from it anyway, and so there'd be no money flowing through to those taxing districts. Is that correct?
That's right, but there's also no costs, in fairness. And so, if you're the fire protection district or the township and there's nobody there and it's just grass or corn or whatever, they got no revenue, they got no cost, basically. So I understand it. I think the ability of the village to partner with, in my view, no village wants to damage the other taxing bodies. Their success is inextricably linked. And so in my experience, there's generally close coordination around these concerns, because they're consistent concerns about how do we facilitate redevelopment without overburdening taxing bodies. And there is latitude in the law to figure that out. Because, like I said, nobody wants to crater another taxing body. That's terrible for everybody, you know?
And I think some of the comments made related to, the financial impact that it would have on the community, being the municipal government, us. There have been governmental units that have issued their own bonds to fund TIF improvements. And I think that's a situation where you might run into a problem like that. But if we, as a unit, say, you know what, we're not going to pre-fund any of this. It's only money that the developer brings. And if the development doesn't go, the developer doesn't get their money back, right? It's not that the village has to pay them anything. Is that correct?
That's right. Villages do take big risks and put themselves on the line, and that is a very rare case and not generally advisable. And I don't believe I can't speak for this board, but I don't believe that's what's under discussion. And so if the risk for payment is on the developer, then their interests and your interests are aligned. You want them to be successful, you want things to get built, they want to be successful and things to get built, they want the taxes to flow so they get paid. But if it doesn't happen, no harm, no foul from the village point of view. I mean, again, you want the outcome, so you're rooting for them, but you're not going to have to tax your residents or your other businesses.
I just want to speak to one other comment that was made earlier, specifically addressing creating a TIF without a plan, okay? That was brought up, and I just want to say that we have 2 TIF districts in the village of Sugar Grove that were created many years ago without a redevelopment plan. Not a redevelopment plan in the sense of creation, but a redevelopment agreement is the right term. They were created at a time when what am I trying to say? The EAV had gone down. It was also created at a time when the unemployment rate was high, and they were able to qualify and have TIF districts. They did not have a redevelopment agreement. They created TIF districts and the hopes to spur economic development in certain areas of the village of Sugar Grove. It has worked in some areas. I know that in TIF 1 specifically, there are some projects that the staff has been working on and hopeful to bring those forward. But the overall has been in those TIFs that the increment has been deferred, and it is sitting in a TIF district. We also have surplus that money out. A lot of that money that has come in has gone and flowed back out to the taxing bodies. When we have talked and worked through this plan, that 10% area that we're speaking of in this TIF district is for the same purpose, to flow money back to the other taxing bodies. I just want to say as a point of reference is that you can create a TIF district without a redevelopment agreement. Even in spite of that, it hasn't created the amount of economic development that the village would hope. So it's, even with a TIF district, it's hard to spur economic development in our village. It does happen around us. It is an economic tool that is used. It can't be used unless it qualifies. So in this case, what this hearing is about is whether or not the TIF district itself qualifies under the statute. So we've heard that. Boards that have come before me have made decisions to open and create access and a full interchange at the tollway to unlock property for their full potential and economic development within the Sugar Grove area in the region. Those decisions have been made, and they aren't necessarily wrong. They were made at a time to spur economic development. This TIF district, but for the TIF, does not also create that economic development because it's a viable farmland in the eyes of many of you, and that it's a rich soil. A lot of the documents that I've read that have been sent to us, I know Dr. Powell sent one, and Mr., okay, I'm going to get your name wrong, is it Swick that sent one today? Those documents are full of information. What they also tell you is that how responsible we need to be in economic development, and what that does for this area, it even instills for me that the TIF is even more warranted because of the amount that has to be done. That's what it says. That's what it says. So I know that you don't agree, and I also will tell you that TIFs don't always work in the sense that they spur that economic development that you're hoping for. It hasn't happened in Sugar Grove to the extent that we would like it to. This is a rare opportunity with the village that you have a developer that will be coming forward. This TIF does not get created unless the property is annexed, so I will just reiterate that. This is I know someone said putting the cart before the horse. This is a necessary public hearing, but it doesn't mean that this goes any further. This might not ever come up for vote if that project doesn't move forward. So I will just tell you that. We did the public hearing part of it, but it doesn't mean it's coming up for vote. This is an opportunity to put in public infrastructure with their dollar and get reimbursed. That's how all of our TIFs have worked, is off of the increment that they generate, they are getting reimbursed from that increment. That's how they've all been done. And I don't believe this board is ready to deviate from that. I don't think anybody here is going to put our village on the line for bonds either.
Well, then how is mass grading and site preparation a development cost that's reimbursable under a TIF? I mean, you go into any other development and you have to move the dirt, you have to put in the curb and gutter and the water and sewer. So how do you get it right? Is it all of the mass grading and site preparation is TIF eligible, or is it just a portion of it?
I mean, it's really just hewing to the law. It's an eligible cost. The site prep is a good cost in the eyes of the TIF Act, and I understand what you're saying, but we're just following the rules there, essentially, and so it is allowable. Whether you do it or not, I think someone made the point earlier, there's a law and there's policy, and the law is a law and policy is made by you all, and those are decisions, but it is allowed, I guess.
And I think my understanding too, Trustee Michaels, is that those buckets don't necessarily have to be used in that way. I think, Jeff, you made a comment earlier that if your marketing costs are higher than what your budget says in there, that's part of the redevelopment agreement, but that's for the board to decide on. But what that is just a place card holder for eligible items within the TIF Act.
And then how is the village protected that a lot of money is not spent on the south side of I-88 when a majority of the costs are running it to the infrastructure to the north side of I-88? Again, is that a policy over the development costs? What I'd hate to see is that we allow a lot of expenses be put into the TIF on the south side, then all of a sudden they want to move to the north side and they say, well, there's not enough TIF money to run the infrastructure.
There would be no TIF money unless they entirely develop the south portion, so that taking up north is not beneficial to them because they're fronting the money, they don't get it back until it's developed. But also, this board will enter into a redevelopment agreement, and that redevelopment agreement will allow you to set policy by its terms for what you believe in that overall development is the best for Sugar Grove. So all these issues of how you want to see it and when you want to see it are issues that you will have an opportunity to address.
Thank you, but we're having a discussion with the consultants.
So if that were to happen, we developed the south half, and then decided not to move north, we would still have, as the village, we would have the funds from the increment, and we could make the decision ourselves to use those increment funds because the developer didn't use them. We could still use them ourselves to do those.
If the amount that was developed generate more increment than in fact the developer has invested and is entitled to reimbursement, absolutely right.
Let me just clarify one more thing, though. You can obligate a developer to put that infrastructure in a redevelopment agreement.
Exactly, and so that's where you are able to develop or can make sure your policy is implemented in terms of what you want to see developed first, second, third, whatever.
Any Any other questions while we have our consultants here?
When we come back to discuss, we plan on bringing EI back in that provided information at that time.
We can, absolutely. He asked about the EEI consultant that provided the document for consideration, and he asked if the consultant would be back at one of our village board meetings before this ever came up for vote. And we said, yes, we can bring them back.
So people have mentioned tonight different abuses of the TIF. What have you, in your experience, what have you seen, what should we be looking out for?
In terms of problems
Preventing
with the
abuses.
I think you've actually pointed out some, bonding it up front. The developer, and I really, this is so difficult to say. The fact that there is an interested developer who owns the land and has the wherewithal to put all that money up front, to be paid over 10 to 20 years, repaid, is in and of itself of satisfaction to the village, because we're not fronting the money as a village, as a taxing district, for infrastructure that is absolutely necessary should that land ever be developed. I mean, that's the basics of any development. So you found a developer who is being hated because it has deep pockets, but that's the only kind of developer that would have the money to make this investment of over $100 million and wait to see if it's a success that they might be reimbursed. Money always goes to money. It's a fact of life in the United States of America, but they are taking the major risk. And so you are protected from risk in the type of development you're contemplating.
So, I mean, currently, just so the people of the village know, we have already approved a project in one of the other TIFs, and we have a developer who did not have the financial ability to put in the project. And so now we've lost, a great source of tax revenue, not just for the school district, but in the form of sales tax for the village, because we have a developer who couldn't.
It's very frustrating, because it's difficult to induce a developer that you believe has the wherewithal. On the other hand, we've induced developers that didn't have the wherewithal, and none of us have anything. So your point is spot on.
Well, and I just want to speak while we're talking about development and this being an economic tool and whether it qualifies. There was a public comment made earlier near the end of the public hearing that spoke to Jewel specifically, and it coming to the village, and that it came naturally, and credit should come where credit is due. Trustee Michaels and the former boards brought Jewel to the village of Sugar Grove, but it wasn't natural. They worked very hard to do so, and they gave $1 million sales tax agreement. That was money that was out of the village of Sugar Grove's ability to cover costs that they had, and that property came on the tax rolls right away. So I understand the concern over TIF districts, and we have concerns over it, and we're looking at it from protecting the village as well as protecting all other taxing bodies, and that's why we're meeting with taxing bodies to ask how we help you. But an infrastructural lift of this magnitude is not something the village can take on, and it's not something that we would bond to do. So the interchange would not develop, but for the TIF district. But I have had in my conversations that the village has high expenses. We have a police department, we run a public works department, we have a professional staff, and it's costly. When we give out sales tax agreements, we're cutting the revenue source for the village of Sugar Grove. This project benefits all taxing bodies in the long term, which is why it's not just a Village of Sugar Grove project. It takes everybody to understand and realize the complexity of it and what it burdens them and how it burdens them and how we are there to help. But it is an economic tool. I think if you go speak to the city of Batavia, when you talk about the TIF district that was created over the shopping center at Farnsworth, the outlet mall, and the school district that it flows into is Batavia School District. And I think they're very happy with what has worked out with that TIF district.
I have a question for the attorney. In reading the TIF Act, what exactly do you view as the intent of the TIF Act? What is a TIF supposed to be used for? Because they talk about blighted, and that was brought up a lot. When I think of what you use a TIF for is maybe property that's an abandoned gravel pit or something like that you cannot really develop well unless somebody has a lot of money and wants to develop it, or you have an incentive like that.
The history of the TIF Act, and now I'm showing my age in terms of, I've been a lawyer longer than there's been a TIF Act. So, in the olden days, and they were, and I am, before the TIF Act, there were urban renewal acts, and they were strictly and only for aging downtowns. The unfortunate part about it is that impression is kind of an undercurrent in the TIF Act only because when they wrote it in 1977, which was the year it was written, the view of what it would be required to incentivize actual development went beyond just urban centers. So that your question is really a good question. Why does it sound like that? That's the reality and the history of it. The other problem is for us as a community in Sugar Grove, for you, for me is working in the general area, is it's become so awful in that a developer won't develop without being incentivized. Do they develop? Yes. They will take the risk if they possibly have the financing, but only, as Jeff pointed out, that in the long run, there's going to be the capital return on it for all of their efforts. And so, in answer to your question, that has now taken on a whole new definition of economic development that wasn't there in 1977. And so the language is still from 1977. But I don't know if that explains it, but that's the actual history of it.
Okay, so in my opinion, the way it's written, this does not qualify for a TIF, because that's how I view what is written on here. It's not blighted in that sense, and just being uphill of the watershed. But the way you're saying it is, I view this as kind of a loophole for incentivizing development to come.
No,
And if it needs to change, it needs to change in Springfield, but the way it's written right now, this is a way to sneak in to try to get an incentivized for development.
That's the problem. For purposes of economic development in the TIF Act, and Jeff, you can supplement this, blighted no longer means the ghetto and buildings falling down. Blighted means the costs to develop are not economically viable without some additional input. That is what blighted has grown to mean. It's not, and I think what some speakers said, blighted is no longer interpreted as an originalist interpreter would interpret it, or a textualist would interpret it. It has evolved into a very pragmatic definition all over the state under the idea that blight means there is a factor present that makes a project economically not viable unless in the long run the profit to capital input makes it worth the risk. Did I?
I guess, I appreciate that That is blight, and that's the common picture of it. I understand that. We're just following the law, and I hear your comments, but the law says if runoff contributes to flooding the watershed, the land is blighted. I get that doesn't fit the photo in a lot of people's minds, but that is true. And again, and therefore, it comes back to this board. It's a choice. You don't have to do anything. Like, you have the power to do it, in our view, because that's what the law says. If the board wants to do it, you can do it. If the board doesn't want to do it, you can not do it. Like, that's all it is. So I get that it seems doesn't feel right, but it is true, basically.
Well, from what I read in here, it was the municipality, the board is required to meet the intent, to see if this meets the intent of what the act is, and my opinion hasn't changed since November, when it was first presented, which it doesn't meet the intent.
Any other questions or comments for the consultants while we have them here? None? I think that we will obviously have the board reach out to staff, and if there's a list of questions that they have prior to this coming back to the village board for a vote, if it comes back to the village board for a vote, we may have more questions for you, and you might be able to answer them in the meantime. So appreciate you both being here. Okay. Up next, we have public comment, I think. Do we have any general? Harry Elliott, you're first up. You signed up.
First of all,
Can you go to the podium so everybody can hear you? That's...
First of all, as the statutes are written, that blight does have to be at a meaningful extent. Now, that's the beauty of attorneys. You can argue that the sky is gray or the sea is red, and it boggles my mind. The school subsidies is based on a per-student subsidy. 40%, up to 40%, you would have to have a lot of students that would take that much money out of the TIF. So it's kind of a misleading statement, if anything. As far as I understand from the statutes, the subdivision had to be subdivided before 1990 into at least 3 parcels in order to qualify for not being farmland and being considered vacant land. But I'm sure we'll all find that out. I think part of the high cost of this TIF and the requirement, $110 million for grading and $220 for infrastructures, due to challenges of the land. That the county, DuPage, or Kane and DuPage County soil say that this land is not fit for this project. It's in their summary, in their executive summaries. Also tells about the problems of not being able to put houses on there with stable basements. I mean, these are written by agencies that are supposed to do that. Anyway, again, the missing the intent part of the requirement or the flooding or whatever you want to call it, I think they missed that point and diverted from it. I want to go through a few numbers here that I went through on the 21st of May, and that Kate disappeared or wasn't able to make it. The project, which is very similar in numbers, that Crown proposed to Elburn in April 9th of 2019, that total TIF revenues were $280 million in that deal. The interest alone on that was $92.4 million, and what they offered the village of Elburn was that they would front the money, $40 million, but they had to sign notes for that. Now, it's not considered taking on debt, but it is a liability. And I understand in the program here that Crown has offered to put out $30 million at 8% interest plus 2% for the management fee. Those numbers are going to run about the same. And what happened is the reimbursement to Crown out of the $281 million was 61%. The reimbursement to the village of Elburn was 1%. after the interest was sucked off of it. The interest charges were $78 million, or $92 million.
Sorry, Perry, for 3 minutes.
All right, last two. The percentage of the total that went to the Cleveland School District was 14%, and 24% split up by the rest of
Yeah,
them.
thank you. You can provide your documents. Just because the room is so large, if anybody else would like to make a public comment, Perry was the only one on our list. I would just ask that you go ahead and stand the same way we did for the public hearing. Thank you. And anyone who gets there first, just state your name for the record, and you can go ahead and speak.
Everybody's going to be too polite.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, let me find my stuff.
Okay. So I'm just going to start with a couple definitions here. First of all, I really appreciate everyone that's up there and for all the work that you guys do. And I don't mean any negative attacks. However, I think all of you have children, and I have always taught my children and my employees the value and respect. And respect, the definition of respect is those who make the right decisions for the village. If the word respect is used as a verb, it means to avoid harming or interfering with for example, to respect for the environment, or to abide by and recognize the legal requirement with respect to the laws of the area of the residents. This isn't happening. If we do this, we're not recognizing any of this that's going on right now. So what I can't get past is I can't get past you guys not respecting our village and our community and the people who have voted for you. You've heard from everyone in here, and we are telling you, the people who have voted for you are telling you we don't want this. We have voted for you, and we are telling you we don't want this. I think that there are some really good people up there, and we voted for you because you have really good values, really good morals. And so listen to what people are telling you. Don't do this to your community. Back to the topic of the people voting for this important community decision and topic, should it really be left up to the people that are ultimately gaining monetarily out of this outcome? What is being done? I'd like to know what can be done to make sure that people aren't monetarily gaining from this. I would like an answer to that. It's a public comment, it's not an interaction, so. We aren't allowed to get answers to our comments? Not in a public comment. Oh, okay, all right. But you guys were able to get questions out of your comments? No? You guys were able to get answers out of your comments? What? Okay, all right. So, how can the land be considered blighted if it is being commercially farmed? I'm just wondering. Because if it's blighted, I run a kennel, and we literally have pounds and pounds and pounds of dog poo. So I'm happy to save that all up, and I can get all the farmers that have animals, and we'll have it truckloaded in. And we can make sure that it's not blightable over there. Okay? And then can I get one more question? When is this vote supposed to happen? Thank you, Karen. Can you answer that? Thank you, Karen. Next, 3 minutes. Whoever's the next public comment. I'll make sure that I come to the village every day so I can get my questions answered. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie Boyle. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. These were my prepared statements, and I did want to talk more holistically. There is a little bit in the TIF here, but I did want to talk, I did want to talk more holistically. So I'm an executive director at a leading Fortune 500 company, and while I deeply believe in my company's mission about saving water, and I am also very proud about our extensive philanthropic efforts, I am not confused about how I earn my paycheck. And how I earn my paycheck is by maximizing shareholder wealth. And Henry Crown Companies is a privately held business founded in 1919, and no mom and pop shop lasts for 105 years without similar business executives who also focus on maximizing shareholder wealth. So whether you're shareholders or family or the stock market, or whether your philanthropic efforts or education, like Crown, or safe food, like my company, make no mistake, this is the same world of business. And so, as an executive, I feel pretty confident that if the Grove was an economically viable project, we would have already started an environmentally conscious project that reflects the culture of this town and its people. So while we do not have an actionable plan for this land in question, because the business that owns it is waiting for corporate welfare. They need corporate welfare because they made an investment in lands decades ago that they want to capitalize on now, except they can't produce a viable plan, thank you to the specialist lawyer over there, that does not involve the community paying for it. Literally. The TIF is a fancy made-up financial loophole, thank you Heidi, that politicians and corporations made up a long time ago to fleece taxpayers. So I respectfully ask you to look for different ways to expand Sugar Grove. You don't even have to annex this land. Like, this isn't even your problem. Like, just leave it alone. Thank you.
Rick Boyle?
Hi, again. I'm listening to the questions that were being asked of the S.B. Friedman and the attorney, and the questions, as I'm listening to the questions, all I'm hearing is that you weren't listening to any of us out here, and you were just looking for ways, not all of you, I know some of you have the right intention up there, but it's like you're just looking for how you can justify this corporate welfare. I find it very disappointing. I mean, I have, throughout this entire process, I have avoided any personal attacks or insults, and I will continue to do so. I find it very disappointing, though, that the village president who ran in opposition to this approached Crown to resurrect a warehouse-like version of it once she was elected. In exchange, there is a pie-in-the-sky promise of a town center, not in the center of town, replete with beer gardens and swan boats, and folksy mom-and-pop retailers peddling their ethically sourced wares to eager shoppers. The only problem is that no one will want to construct a quaint rural town center next to millions of square feet of warehouses with unregulated and unenforceable developer-friendly zoning. You wouldn't put a strip club next to a school. Maybe some of you would, but we would not. Sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes rather than admitting our mistakes, we double down on them. We dig the hole deeper hoping to save face. It's a common mistake that compounds the original problem. There's a term for this phenomenon called cognitive dissonance. It is where the evidence is in opposition to our beliefs, and rather than pivot to what the evidence shows, we cling to the notion that if we just stick to our position, we can achieve the desired outcome. This TIF is an example of cognitive dissonance. By agreeing to the terms of the TIF, I will get a shiny town center. The people here, assembled here, are opposed to having their resources, financial and environmental squandered when the swan boats and fishing ponds fail to materialize. If there is a more nefarious reason for continuing to promote this project, then we should know about it. If you and I'm saying to you, Ms. Conan, are being threatened or coerced in any way by Crown or its constituents to vote in favor of this disastrous project, you should report it to the authorities. If you're not being threatened and there's a quid pro quo in this deal for you, then you're a corrupt individual. And this may be closer to the truth, as evidenced most recently by your rabid desire to appoint yourself chair of the Joint Review Board on May 22nd, even before the meeting came to order. And next, by jumping out of your seat to nominate your hand-picked lackey, Susan Smith, to be the community representative role. If there's a quid pro quo, it will eventually be uncovered, and maybe you'll be able to play Orange is the New Black with Tiffany Aisha Henyard, the mayor of Dolton, Illinois. I urge the rest of you to respect your commitment to serve the community in your role as trustees. This is not a development of land, it is a degradation of resources that will indebt the taxpayer and irrevocably destroy the environment. Farmland is not blight, there is no flooding, please vote no.
Tom, thank you.
I just want to build a little bit on what he said. I was a little bit stunned at the discussion that you guys all had about TIF. They were either legal questions or blight. Nobody asked about, gee, should we change the character of the area? What's the impact of the residents? None of you seem to care about any of that, and I'm just stunned. I guess the one question I would ask you guys, and I know I'm not going to get an answer, but I'd certainly like to know, when do you guys ever have those types of discussions? When do you ask yourselves, should I change the character of Sugar Grove? Do you ever ask that question, or is it all money? The last thing I'll say, I don't want warehouses by my house. Why would you want warehouses by your house? Did I say that right? I don't want warehouses by my house. Why would you want warehouses by yours? That's a quote. And that's a Jen Conan quote from 2019 when she ran as a write-in candidate as a Sugar Grove trustee when she dropped off a donation to my house for Woods Not Warehouses to vote against this Crown debacle. Very disappointed with Jennifer Conan.
Hi again. My name is Lauren Hibelbar, and I am a 33-year resident of Elburn, Illinois. My parents own a significant amount of land in Blackberry Township, land that will be severely impacted negatively if this TIF goes through. My parents' house is always a peaceful relief from urban life for me and my children, and I, as up until 2021, we resided in New Orleans, Louisiana. I am speaking tonight on behalf of my two children, who are 5 and 10 years old, and currently upcoming kindergarten and 5th graders at Kamen Blackberry Creek Elementary School. My daughter has attended KBK for the last 2 years. While I am very happy overall with her experience at this school, she loved you, Mr. Herron, this is about you, I cannot help but highlight and bring to your attention the fact that this year alone, there was a lockdown amongst the 4th and 5th graders in the classroom due to finding a knife in the desk. A student physically assaulted another student, resulting in breaking a bone, as well as the student physically assaulting our principal, Ms. Courtney Ward, formerly MODAF. Having children who are active in Kamen community sports, as well as being an active parent at KBK, and in my community, I can state that these incidents are not isolated at Blackberry Creek alone. McDowell had a student removed due to making a credible threat and bringing a knife to school. Kamen High School had a fire set last year by a special ed student where an SRO officer was harmed. KHS has had shooting threats in May of this year. Police officers were stationed at our students' schools. During this time, we had police officers stationed at our kids' schools. Our students at Harder and KHS are engaging in physical fights and filming it and posting it to Snapchat. Currently, we don't have any food services outside of milk, which we pay for as parents, bus services for some of our KHS athletes, or enough support staff to ensure their safety while at school. The last school board meeting I attended, there was such a big deal made over getting a school resource officer for Harder. Why is it necessary to have a police presence if we are excelling as a district? This TIF will bring approximately 1,700 families into our Kane School District. How will we properly support these new families when we cannot support our current students now? Everyone loves to dangle it's all about the kids until it really is about them, and then you're silent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. My name is Diane Sloser. This TIF impacts the entire area, not just Sugar Grove. The TIF raises tax revenue from these parcels, yet increased costs will be incurred for roads, police, fire, to name a few. As one example, hazardous material will be permitted in the TIF area, but without additional funding to inspect or handle the most modest of emergency situations. Special equipment, training, certifications may be required for yearly inspections and/or emergency situations which may not exist today. How will those be funded if a TIF is created? Wells in the area are very shallow and can easily be impacted by fuel or chemical runoff or spills. We ask that Sugar Grove indemnify every homeowner with a well against contamination, without which homeowners may seek remedies from Sugar Grove if wells are negatively impacted. How is it that Sugar Grove can make such a life-altering decision affecting hundreds of residents that have little voice in this? How is it that Sugar Grove is considering making such life-altering decisions for Sugar Grove residents that run 100% contrary to the surveys conducted by those residents? Not one Sugar Grove resident requested warehouses be built. While they were supportive of a town center, they wanted it located near the Jewel and other restaurants which they consider to be town center. Why is it that you're so willing to approve a TIF for something that virtually no one wants? We haven't heard of anyone standing up here wanting this yet. All of you have a moral obligation to best represent the interest of your constituents. For a change this large to our community, this should be put to the voters. And finally, I debated upon talking or even coming here tonight. This process has been going on in various phases for years. It seems that Sugar Grove has laid the groundworks to rubber stamp this project regardless of residents' or neighbors' requests or desires. And I feel beaten down, and I feel like that's what you have wanted to do over the years, is just beat us into submission so we go away, and you get what you want no matter what. Go ahead. Your time, Tracy. Thank you.
There you go. Sheila Albano from Elburn again. Listening to you talk about the school is a laugh. Apparently, I'm the only one here, out of all of you except for Sean, who doesn't remember or didn't know that Sugar Grove refused to pay their impact fees back before the crash in 2008 to the school, as all of the area was trying to keep our schools open. And the only way we were allowed to do that in the state of Illinois was every single municipality in that district had to agree, and they got fine with everyone on it except for Sugar Grove. Eventually they were forced to do that, but as soon as the first opportunity came to drop off those impact fees, they did it again. I don't think you're currently paying them impact fees, but I know you're not paying my fire district impact fees. Those impact fees were because taxes on new homes, whether they have children or not, if they have children, the money from that taxes doesn't come to the school district for 2 years. So the impact fee was supposed to help with the costs of the school and the transition fees. There were two kinds. With those kids coming in kindergarten and having to pay the costs for them before any money ever reached the school district. To say that we should be grateful that you're paying 40% to the school district is a laugh, because you're not paying 60%. And that's really the important point. And all of your homes that you may build, whether or not they have children, I'm not grateful that you're going to give $14,000 per child if you have a child in that house, because the taxes on all the rest of the homes aren't coming to my school district. I graduated from Keeneland, again, 3 generations graduated from Keeneland. We will be coming to referendum next spring. And I'm fighting, and I've been fighting for years to get that referendum to be what you all need to make that high school something your children can be proud of, which they are not, because it is falling apart. There's many reasons for that, many reasons for that, but the bottom line is there's no fixing what's going on in our schools without a referendum. My hope is to be able to prove that to all of you in a very logical way, but you will know exactly what you're paying for, because the last referendum didn't pass because they refused to tell you what it is that they were paying for. We all know you want warehousing. That's not going to bring enormous dollars or into this district, or into my taxing, or into Blackberry, or anywhere else, and I defy you to find a taxing body that thinks a TIF brought them more than they lost. As far as Batavia goes, they have stores up and down Randall Road. That's not warehouses.
I'd like to change gears a bit and speak briefly about the proposed social media rule changes. One of the most concerning changes is the addition of comments unrelated to the particular village post reportedly being commented upon may be removed at the discretion of the village. As we've seen here tonight, the village, particularly President Conan, likes to control the narrative. They have shown their lack of transparency time and time again, especially through their lack of compliance with FOIA. Apparently, the village has never heard of the First Amendment. Hopefully, you were listening when Mr. Dinwiddie read it earlier. I'd recommend the village attorney to take a look at the recent Supreme Court decisions regarding municipalities and social media. I'll be the first to test and challenge these blatantly unconstitutional rules if they get passed. Thank you.
My name is Paige Gravitt. I'd like to express my concern over the impact that the proposed TIF would have on the Cameron School District, which my children will be attending for roughly the next 10 years, much of the life that the TIF should be if approved. As a district, we spend $18,000 per student each year. The impact of the TIF would place a bigger burden on state funding for our schools, as possible tax revenue for the Cameron School District is diverted into the TIF, requiring the state to provide funds to make up for that difference. I would like to see the district continue to strive for excellence in education, but I fear that the ability to maintain the funding that's needed to build that type of school district would be at risk with the increased dependence on state monies that are often slow to be received. We know the state of Illinois is poor, a kindly euphemism for broke. According to the superintendent of Auburn Community School District 10, and I quote, "These payments to schools are not being made. Even if they were being made, it's nowhere near a dollar-for-dollar swap. In 2014, nearly $982 million in public tax dollars were diverted to taxing bodies to TIF district funds. There's no short-term gain. So if TIFs are not just a potential Auburn problem, if you follow the money, a portion of the GSA or general state aid obligation to school districts has increased to pay for TIFs. As a result, school, fire, library, park districts, and townships become the financial losers, compounding for 23 years. Are there alternatives to offset these challenges created by the TIF? The possibilities don't appear to offer much hope. Citizen Representative Susan Smith was questioned in an interview by Mark Harrington at WSPY News after the Joint Review Board meeting, giving her opinion on the K-12 through 12 school impact. When asked about the loss of revenue in the school district affecting possibly the children through cuts in programs and creating a tax referendum to make up for the loss, she stated, "They tried tax referendums for the school district. They've all been voted down every time, so there's no point in doing that." So when asked about how this will fall on the backs of children, and Mark Harrington stated, "Kids are the losers," her response was very brazenly, "Absolutely." If we're all aware that it's detrimental to schools and kids end up being the losers in all of this, why would anyone vote yes? Why would anyone vote yes for something that's going to be at the detriment of kids' education? Nearby are several blue ribbon schools. We should seek to emulate that and work to elevate our school district instead of taking money away from it and most likely cutting programs. If the TIF puts an increased burden on taxpayers and state funding to provide for children's education, why would I fully put myself in opposition to anything that would make my kids the losers in all of this? To quote Mrs. Smith, absolutely. I would absolutely oppose anything that takes away from the education of my children, my neighbors' kids, your grandkids, etc., especially when the only beneficiary in this is the 30th wealthiest corporation in America. As a community, we pay our way, so too should Crown. To give them hundreds
Millions of dollars in handouts while we jeopardize our community's education system is preposterous. And thank you. Thank you.
I'm Bob Ramondi, again. Just two items real quick. One of them had to do with the requirements for the TIF being contiguous parcels. So the whole warehouse zone is on the north side of the tollway right now, and as far as I know, Crown doesn't own the tollway. So how is that being taken as part of the blighted zone? It's not in the water zone. It is uphill of everything. That's the hill you guys want to chop down all the way to put it down to a lower level so they could put warehouses on it. So with all the rains and flooding that we supposedly have had, the biggest one we had was in '96. I lived here 37 years. I saw all the flooding down by Blackberry Inn. It was up to the middle of their windows, and I lived like 700 feet from it. The water and the flooding that followed the creek all the way around, but the area that Crown owns, the water didn't come from that side of the tollway. It came back from the creek side and came back under 47. So how are we incorporating that whole warehouse district area that they're looking at putting into this portion of blighted property? It's totally segregated. Plus you've got the utilities cuts through and cuts another whole segment out. So none of this is contiguous property. So I don't know even how they made it a contiguous segment to put the whole thing under one TIF. Other item would be the traffic issues we've got. Like I said, I own the property 500 feet of it along Route 47 just before you get to the new stoplight. With all the truck traffic we currently have going through there, it is insane. I have a video that I put out there that many of the people have seen. It was a time lapse of 1 hour on a Friday afternoon from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock without all the dump truck traffic because the dump trucks were already done running for the day. I did it at that time so you can see the school buses with what normal traffic is without the dump trucks. Literally, it will back up from that stoplight all the way to Willow Creek Drive at least once every half hour or more. It will do it midday also when the trucks are all running. You will get anywhere from 5 to 6 dump trucks in a row coming up the hill and down the hill. They will pass the school buses. The school bus stopped at my rental house. I have been there while she's laying on the horn trying to get them to stop, and they still roll right by it. You're going to be adding up to 700 trucks, maybe. Everybody says they're going to go right onto the tollway. They're not going to go right on the tollway. I drive 47 from Hampshire all the way back and forth all the time, and those come from 90 all the way down to 88. The traffic is just ridiculous. They cannot stop with all 4 hills coming down. Look at the video. My write-up is on the video, and it explains it all, the times and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn, I know that when we started the meeting earlier tonight, the IT consultant for the building, I don't know where he is, but did tell me that he's all the way in the back. Do you want me to pause right now for a minute, or do you want me to wait? At 10:01? Okay, so we can get your public comment in, but this will literally go up at 10:01, they just have to reset. So I didn't want that to interrupt you.
Okay. So I just wanted to bring up a few points, because as we listened to the S.B. Friedman, Jeff Dickinson, and with Kevin Field or the attorney speak, they left out some very valid issues in regards to their responses to you, and I don't think that's very fair. This is such an important concept. For instance, it is disturbing that they keep referring to it as chronic flooding. Their report is not based on chronic flooding. They deterred that factor of chronic flooding and went to downstream flooding of the watershed. So their reports aren't even accurate. How can they estimate a total of $350 million to be counted on and to be accurate when they can't even get the statutes correct? And these are professionals. In regards to the but-for test, we have brought developers to the table. There are developers who have been interested in. I brought Children's Hospital to your attention. St. Jude's Children's Hospital expressed interest in that north side of that property, and you guys blocked it. And that is unacceptable. There are other developments that could have been put on that property.
but you, for whatever reason, are very committed to this one that we don't want. We're not saying no development. Of course, we love the farmland, but if there was the right development, I think everybody could benefit from that. And so, in regards to bonds, please look at page 16 and 17 of the S.B. Friedman report. It is full of bonds, unspecified bonds of every type you can imagine. And, you may be making a decision right now, but these documents, when approved, are going to be living documents that will exceed your administrations for future decisions to be made by other people. We can't handle bonds. And so I think we're told that was not going to be part of this. In regards to the impact fee for students, the impact fees in the Illinois state statutes are roughly about $5,000 per student. And I think, Sean, you probably know, there's an intergovernmental agreement that has to be signed to actually establish the impact fee per student. And when you're quoting the wrong amounts for the tuition costs of those kids, it shows you didn't do your homework. And then I just want to finish off what I was going to say here very quickly. So I would really like to know how this TIF is going to be approved when you have exceeded the allowable amount by state statute of the EAV of the village for what's allowed to be in TIFs. You have TIFed almost every area that a business could possibly enter into that village. And so we need to have revenue flow into our taxing bodies. I just want to say, next I would like to ask, what is this TIF funding? Where is the concept that we were told to wait for? This S.B. Friedman document contains blank maps and wax detail. The TIF Act states 10 items listed A through J that must be included in a redevelopment plan. And I see that there's some spin doctoring about redevelopment plans versus redevelopment agreement.
We've hit our 3 minutes. I'm sorry, we've hit the 3 minutes. Right before I went up, I had 10 seconds left, but you just notified me that you're 3 minutes.
I'm just going to say really quick, in the statute it says, if property is to be annexed to the municipality, the plan shall include the terms of the annexation agreement. That is a state statute of a redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan you have does not qualify.
Thank you. We're just going to wait for this to reset before we have the last 2 public comments. We're just going to wait for them to reset. Are we back in business? All right, go. We got one. All right. So are you ready for that? Obviously she is. We're good? You give us a thumbs up. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay.
My name's Yvonne Dinwiddie. I want to first tell you that Batavia is absolutely, the citizens of Batavia are absolutely not happy with the TIF agreement. We waited 23 years for our school district to get the money that was promised us from the Aurora Outlet Mall. When we finally got it, that there was a backdoor agreement to give most of that money back to the developers, and now they have it in a mini TIF. So we're not happy. Now, what I'd like to know is how many TIFs can we support in Illinois? I have 832 pages of TIFs that I'm doing an audit of. There's 832 pages. I don't know how many TIFs exactly are in those 832 pages, but I just attended the Geneva annexation agreement hearing yesterday, and S.B. Friedman has been touting the TIF there, and there's going to be warehouses there. That's going to encompass Kirk Road, Fairview Parkway, all the way into West Chicago, and Batavia was part of that annexation agreement. Now, that's going to go down Kirkwood. Now, Hollywood Casinos has the $400 million TIF. Somebody said tonight it was $500 million, and that's right there at the 88 intersection and near Butterfield Road off Kirk Road. And now you're coming out here, and we're hearing from, and that's all S.B. Friedman has put all these things together. And now we're hearing out here that this is all blighted too. The definition of blight has been prostituted. And we can't afford to have all these TIFs. Just as your attorney said, that the general TIF rules back in 1977 were generally designed to rehabilitate slums. These are not slums. These are properties that were speculatively invested in hopes that they would get an increase in value in the future. And we should not be giving corporate welfare to these people. I don't have a problem with incentives. The reason I don't have a problem with incentives is because we get the benefit from the incentives. So if you give somebody, for example, a $40,000 sales tax thing, whatever, we get the benefit of whatever that increase is for all the taxing bodies. Right now, the TIFs are taking all of these taxes. When you put them all together, Kane County is paying millions of dollars we're losing with our taxing bodies for corporate welfare. And we need to have this total. I urge all of you to go to Citizens Advocacy Center. We're having to try to change the laws. So contact your congressmen, your senators, Citizens Advocacy Center, Jack Bentley, he's in Elmhurst. Please contact them. Please help us change the laws. Thank you. Mr. Cush?
Bill Cush, Sugar Grove. Just 3 final points here. I guess in your since we can't get our questions answered, in the questions that you directed at, I'm not sure if we're paying for those people or the Crown is paying for them to be here. It was interesting. Every one of their responses seemed to be multiple minutes long. Whenever you ask a question, you can't get a real direct answer. It always concerns me, right? I run my own business. I try to teach my employees, if we can't communicate succinctly, you're going to be perceived as like trying to hide something or being divisive. So I guess that whole dialogue kind of back and forth between you guys, it just didn't feel right to me. I mean, it seems like every answer they had, one or both of them had to answer, and every answer was multiple minutes long. I don't know. It can't seem, it was that complicated. It shouldn't be that complicated. It really shouldn't be. The second thing, and no one commented, again, I don't know what proceedings you guys have had, has been going on for so long. In the table of figures or the estimated breakout of payments for this TIF, over $110 million was just for site preparation. If I read the S.B. Friedman report, the draft report, if it's actually accurate, if I divided the 765 acres against that number, you're all thinking makes sense to pay $144,000 per acre just to prepare the site, not to run any water, not to put a road out there, not to do anything. That seems absurd to me. $144,000 just in site preparation per acre. I mean, it just seems crazy to me. What was my third point? I don't remember. I guess what I don't understand throughout this process is we've now changed consulting firms, we've changed engineering firms. Everybody's still saying the same thing here, yet the story keeps going on. So I don't know the history, I don't know why we had to change consulting firms, I don't know why we had to change engineering firms. But it seems like we're just trying to get an answer that we want to hear. No one wants this answer, but we're trying to find somebody to tell us the answer we want to hear. So I'd recommend us not proceeding. Again, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jim Martyr. I'm from the village of Oswego. I spoke to you guys a couple months ago about the TIF district in Oswego, but I mostly came here tonight to hear the folks speak, and after 4 hours, I think you all deserve a big hand. But I think the most telling thing I heard the representative from the firm say was, this deal doesn't make sense to the owners because it's not financially viable without your money, right? And I know a bad deal when I see it. I would just look and encourage you, anybody in the room or on the board, if you haven't read the law, if you know what I'm talking about, from Bastiat in the 1850s, you should read the law, because I could define a TIF district in 2 words: legal plunder. So read Bastia, read the law, vote no, listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pete Hoffman. I'm from Blackberry Township. I just have two topics I want to say. First of all, I've worked on developments where the developer buys raw land. They come in, they develop it, improve it. They improve the value of their land over what they paid for it, and then they sell it, and that's how they make their profit. So I don't understand quite how Crown needs our money to develop their land. I know that it's an extremely high cost to develop this land, but my point is Crown bought this land. They knew what the development costs would be. I'm sure they had to do some kind of research. They don't just come in and buy raw land and say, gee, maybe we'll be able to make profit, maybe we won't. Now they're telling you that they can't develop it because they can't make the profit level that they want. I don't know how high that profit level is, but the point is they took a risk, they bought the land, they should be responsible for the cost to develop it, or walk away from it and hold it and keep it as farmland. I don't know why we have to pay to bail Crown out. Secondly, I know it was said earlier that President Conan had said she did not want warehouses by her home, as none of us do. Earlier this year, she had come to the Blackberry Township, and she had presented this Crown proposal to the people of Blackberry Township. She didn't have to do that. It was nice of her to come and talk to us. But when asked what this plan had in store for Blackberry Township, what was the benefit to us? We understood what Sugar Grove was getting. What was Blackberry Township getting? Because we were getting the warehouses and all of the commercial. She literally looked at me and said, nothing. That was her comment, nothing. So it's nice to know that we live next to a good neighbor in Sugar Grove. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeff Arnold from Sugar Grove. I last for a reason. I'm going to be your softball, make this easy. Throughout my entire career leading large teams, the worst possible approach to a problem is make my own decision up and try to get everybody else to convince me I'm wrong. That's what I'm feeling here. You look like judges already with a decision, and you're listening to all these great people that's done all this homework. I feel embarrassed. I mean, what they've presented to you, it's astonishing. It's astonishing that you're still not shaking your head yes, really, honestly. So my real question is, I've not heard yet, and I may have missed it, I don't know the benefit. What does this benefit me? I live in Sugar Grove. You do this, you approve this, what's my benefit? Go to the media's here, I saw that over there just a while ago. Go to the media and tell us what your benefits are. And why did you approach Crown to do this? Right? What made you want to go there and say, come here and give me a tip? I've heard that, that's the first I heard about it, but the thing, my point is, why did you approach for this? And secondary, what's my benefit? I don't see it. You need to sell this to us. If you don't want to try to sell this to us, we're not just taxpayers, people. Is everybody here a voter? Yeah. Okay, so sell us. Sell us on it. Oh, yeah, good point. So I put my house up for sale just for a month last year just to see what I play around. I'm going to go get into that. But we had somebody come in that wanted to give us an offer, right? They came in on a Saturday, and they came back on a Sunday, and they said, they told the real estate agent on Saturday they wanted to give us an offer. They came back on Sunday and told them, no, we just saw these signs about your TIF. We're not interested in Sugar Grove anymore. Took it off the market the next day. So you've got a big impact on everybody. I thought I was a softball. I thought it was literally going to be 30 seconds. I apologize. But
you're sitting in big seats. And we're trying to convince you what we want. If you want this to go your way, help us understand that. That's the only way a leader can lead. You can't lead by telling people what you're going to do. That's all.
Last night when I discovered that 6 parcels containing 143 acres directly connected to the Crown property was owned by a trust called Conan Heisel Trust Number 101. The first thing I did was went to Jennifer to try to find out if that has anything to do with her husband's family. Here is our text messages. Hi Jennifer, this is Tim Slamans. I had coffee with you a few months back. I was looking at the property that Crown owns and saw some adjacent properties listed as owned by Conan Heisel Trust 101. Would those owners be in any way connected to you or your husband? This is her response. Tim, thank you for asking. No, my husband and I do not own those parcels, nor are the owners in any way a relative that would be passing the ownership to us. There are many Conans in the area. Thank you for asking instead of making an outrageous accusation as most of Thoughtful Progress has done. And you know what? I believed that last night until I showed it to someone else. And they said, wait, she didn't say that they're not related to him. She said they're in no way related to him, to someone who would be passing the ownership to them. So, that night, I said, thank you for your response. I am sorry for bothering you this late. Today, after someone told me she didn't really answer your question, I said, is your husband in any way related to anyone who owns that property? Your previous answer said, nor are the owners in any way a relative that would be passing ownership to us. Is there any relationship between your husband and this Conan family at all? Her response, Tim, I don't know Heisel Conan. There is no Heisel Conan. Heisel is another last name. I never said that Heisel Conan was a person. Tim, I do not know Heisel Conan. My husband and I have no financial interest in that property. I responded, I am sorry, but you have not answered my question if your husband is in any way related to the owners. Trust me, I don't want to mention this tonight, but if I cannot get an honest, clear answer, I will. Jen's response, say what you want and don't threaten me. My response, I said, I am sorry, I didn't mean to threaten you at all. I am simply trying to get to the truth. Jen's response, unfortunately, you may not be interested in the truth. We don't own that property and we don't know that Conan. So my last response to her was, so Judith Heisel from Midland, Michigan is where the taxes are sent to. If you can just tell me that your husband is not related to any Heisel or the Conan that owns that trust, I will believe you. It was radio silence after that.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Hearing none, we will close public comment. Up next, trustee reports. Trustee Michaels.
Scott, the staff reports were not linked to tonight's agenda, so...
My apologies. Yeah, we'll make sure that's done.
I was not aware that we're discussing them tonight.
Thank you. Trustee White.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wendy.
I believe there's I was trying to find the exact time. I believe there's a cleanup for Bliss Woods with Mary O on Saturday. I think it's at 8 o'clock. But I was looking for the email, but I believe it is this Saturday.
Perfect. 8 o'clock you said?
Oh, here, I found the email. I apologize for not being, Saturday the 22nd at 8 a.m., Bliss Woods.
Wonderful. Thank you, Heidi. Trustee Herron?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Trustee Bonnie?
Nothing, Scott.
Thank you. Trustee Shomas?
I just wanted to extend a word of thanks for everyone who reached out to me with respect to my family. Last Tuesday, they came very last minute, 3 hours board meeting, I had to rush down to talk to people at Lampool's nursing home, close out a chapter. It was news I didn't want to get on a Tuesday. As nutty as these meetings are, I will be a part of the dialogue, something I look forward to. And certainly would much rather be there at the board meeting than where I was. So thank you for the well wishes from everybody. It was a tough set of days for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Under President's Report tonight, I just want to remind the community that we have Food Truck Friday in combination with Grooven in the Grove, and the Fire Protection District has an open house as well. So Food Truck Friday will start at 4:30 at the Village Police Department parking lot. The open house will be going on at the same time, and then you can make your way down to the library for Grooven in the Grove, which will start promptly at 7 o'clock. Additionally, Rocky's Dojo is having, this Saturday from 1 to 5, is having an open house with a food truck, I believe, kickboxing, demonstrations, bounce house, and face painting in celebration of their 50th anniversary. So that's happening Saturday. The only thing I wanted to bring up, and there's not many public people left in the room, but unfortunately, I believe that most people do not want to hear the truth. They believe that if we sit up here, that we are corrupt individuals and that we are being bought out. And time again, we listen to those accusations, especially I do. And it doesn't matter if I tell you that I don't own property, the accusations still come. We don't own property. Being on this board, I apologize, but being on this board is a thankless job that none of you have the ability to do but to stand there and criticize. And we spend hours working on the behalf of our constituents. And I know there has to be a devil out there. You have to blame somebody for all the faults that are happening. But I will tell you that I live in this community and I want the best for our community. And we do not own property, and therefore we are not being bought off. So you can continue that narrative. It does not make it true. To also speak to the comment that I said Blackberry Township was not going to get anything for this, I want you to sit back and say somebody was there and somebody had to record the meeting. My recollection was this. I did say it. No, excuse me, I'm still speaking, Carolyn. Thank you very much. I did say that, and those were my words, 100%. But what you did was take them out of context. Because what was said at the meeting, I was like, thank you, point of order. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. This is a public comment. This is my comment. That's the point of president comment. But thank you very much. You don't want to listen to what the truth may be or my version so that you can debate it. But this is the case. When I was there at that meeting and I wanted to listen to everything everybody had to say so we could shape a project, the residents in Blackberry Township said, if we don't want additional property taxes, if we don't want businesses, and we don't want development over there, I said specifically, you will not patronize an industrial building. There is no benefit to you with an industrial building if you do not want tax base. That's my recollection. Not that this has nothing to do with any of you and that you're not going to benefit. So I was clarifying because I have heard that comment over and over. So I wanted to clarify my perspective and my recollection of that meeting. That's how I remember it. I'm sure somebody in the room did record it and would be happy to provide that. That's all I have at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Tracy.
Even with the water cold.
Trustee Herron.
I'm sorry?
Trustee Herron. Trustee Michaels. Trustee White. Trustee Lundy. Trustee Bonnie. Trustee Shamus.
Motion adjourned. Thank you.